But I came here when I was 3.5 years old, on the Queen Mary, no less.
You can't get it out of you.
No, no.
The Queen Mary.
The one that's in L.A. The one in L.A.
Yeah, that's
And then
Queen Mary
two.
too.
Yeah, Queen Mary. Well, I came in 1955.
18 what?
Test 1 2. Check check. Test 1 2.
56.
Good evening. We want to welcome you to this meeting of the Flagler County Planning and Development Board this Tuesday, February the 11th. Our first item on the agenda is the roll call. Madam Secretary.
Here.
Michael Boyd,
Here.
Anthony Lombardo,
Here.
Timothy Connor,
Here.
Michael Goodman,
Here.
Ron Long,
Here.
and Dan Wilcox is excused tonight. Oh, we do have a full quorum.
Thank you. Would you all please join us in standing and pledging the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the January the 14th.
Motion to approve?
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. This is a quasi-judicial process. The audience should refrain from any clapping, booing, or shouts of approval or disagreement to avoid a potential legal ramification and possible overturning of a decision by the courts. A public hearing must be fair in three respects: form, substance, and appearance. Our staff will have 10 minutes to make a presentation on each of the agenda items. The applicant will have 15 minutes to make a presentation. The public comments will be 3 minutes per speaker, unless you're speaking on behalf of a group, and then you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Then there will be an applicant rebuttal and closing staff comments of 10 minutes each. Our first item is a quasi-judicial requiring disclosure of any ex parte communication by the board. Anyone have anything to report?
Mr. Chair, I did run into the applicant today, but there was really no discussion in regards to the application.
Okay, thank you. This is project number 2024050062, a special exception in the RC Residential Limited Commercial District. Mr. Mingle.
Thank you, sir. Locations shown here at the intersection of, at the corner of Pamela Parkway and A1A, also known as North Ocean Shore Boulevard. We had this at our September and October meetings, if I'm recalling correctly. I've got it in the report. And then this had been remanded from the Board of County Commissioners' December meeting. We had it advertised in January, had a delay on the part of the applicant in responding back, putting together all of the attachments that we needed to have in order to address the Board of County Commissioners' concerns that were part of the remand. And so here we are now with that, what we think is complete application. You've got the land use as shown before. This is the mixed-use low intensity, and that does coincide with the residential limited commercial zoning. And then all of this being outside of the special flood hazard area, the Zone X. And then we've got good soils here, which are indicative of no wetlands on the property. This is our boundary survey, just to reorient you with the property. This is that pre-construction boundary survey that does show the sheds, shows the existing building that was on there, the residential home, along with the limits of the concrete areas there. You've got a concrete patio on the both front and back that were predating at the time of the purchase of the property. And this gives you an idea there. It shows the Pamela Parkway as a 50-foot wide right-of-way with a dirt roadway, and then the extent of the paved area for State Road A1A and its placement within the 100-foot right-of-way for A1A itself. You can see that from the shading that's provided. This is in two parcels, roughly half acre in size with both parcels together. Again, that special exception that you had heard before for real estate office and yoga studio had been appealed by both the applicant for relief on the condition that the board had previously approved for the no amplified sound and the Zumba to be taken off-site, and also then appealed by the neighborhood for basically the approval of the entire special exception as being inappropriate in the area. The remand back from the Board of County Commissioners, I would say was based on items that the board felt were missing from the application that would have had the application be considered complete in the terms of the LDC. That even despite the board action, the granting of the special exception, Board of County Commissioners said that you needed to have it remanded back to have these additional items included in the packet and in your decision-making. This is a conversion of an existing single-family residential dwelling into a real estate office, will require then, if the special exception is granted, change of use or change of occupancy permit. And that work has been proposed, at least initially. The applicant's aware that they're going to need to do that building permit work if the special exception is approved. Those plans will be forthcoming, again, for that interior completion work. You can imagine what that would end up being, ADA accessibility primarily being the concern there when you're converting a home into a commercial use. This plan does show separation from the rear to the adjacent residential property, that 50.5 feet, where that's required to be 50 feet in our code. You do have then, along with that, a 37.5-foot rear setback from the property line. You do have a drainage swale that's been placed in the rear of the property, moved out of the front buffer area, where that buffer needs to be maintained at 40 foot wide. You have a bike parking area. 11 compacted shell parking spaces are provided, 1 paved ADA compliant parking space, 12 total parking spaces being provided here. Board of County Commissioners approval was granted for the parking material deviation previously, so we had that discussion before where shell parking's been approved. Anything greater than the 10 or more would have that board approval necessary. A&A committee had looked at this before and had recommended approval, but admittedly that was limited to the initial application. I think there's been some discussion, and maybe yet some folks from A1A that may speak differently on that, but you did have that approval letter provided previously as part of the packet. All index tree canopy is to be preserved, and that's been incorporated into the landscape plans that you have as part of your review. And then no comments or objections have been received on the modification that had come in. Admittedly, also, this modification, these extra items in your packet had come in last week as of last Wednesday. We published them on Friday. Certainly, the neighborhood has had at least as much of a chance as you have had to review these modifications to the drawings. And so the comments may be forthcoming then about timing and related to the actual nature of the changes. We'll look to the applicant to discuss some of those in greater detail. But here's that site plan. Should look familiar to you. There hasn't been too many changes to this. There is now a fitness facility depicted on the rear of this that would be enclosed versus the open porch that was proposed in the past. Now this is an enclosed area that's being shown. And you do have that noted 50.5 foot. If I'm pointing to the left side of the graphic, you can see the notation with a line. There's 50.5 feet from existing adjacent property building. Let's see, what else can we show here? Parking spaces are shown there with the coquina crushed rock. Front, we do have a location now for a sign that's been shown, meeting the 50-foot setback from the corner. That would give you a 10-foot front setback for the sign location. That sign then to be, I think we've stipulated 6 feet, no greater than 6 feet in height and no greater than 32 square feet. We actually have a schematic of that sign also that will show up here later in the presentation, was included as part of the submittal. This shows the trees that are to be protected, but then it is separately shown in a landscape plan where you have those existing trees to be maintained and then buffer areas around the perimeter where our code requires those. So that along that north side where it adjoins the commercial, there is a bit of a buffer strip, but not as substantial as it is required along the west, east, or along the south side adjacent to Pamela Parkway. We have a materials list that was included as an exhibit to this that went through and stipulates the number and types of plantings that will be included within the buffers. I think that was labeled as Exhibit A in your packet. And you had that, I think, right after this landscape plan in the order within the packet itself. These are the elevations. That was one of the other requirements that was lacking in that the Board of County Commissioners determined was needed. That was included within the A1A section in the RC zoning. So this gives you an idea of the finished elevation that would be required from this. And so let's see, on the one at the top, that is the view from the south looking northward. And so what you'll see there on the left-hand side is the new portion of the fitness studio that's to be added. To the right-hand side is the existing entrance, and then along with that, then the added handicapped accessible ramp that'll be made as part of this. And then at the bottom should be the view from A1A if you were facing due west. Then that's the existing home in the front, and then the addition then to the rear and then to the north. And then you also have this other graphic that was there. This purpose of this is to show the signage that was proposed. On the left-hand side, signage above that door on the side that will be visible from Pamela Parkway shows Volanos on A1A above the double doors leading into the yoga studio. And then the graphic on the right-hand side shows proposed monument signage that would be submitted as with a separate sign permit for this use. With that, and with the extra analysis included within the staff report, we do have options for the board's consideration approval. Should the board find that all the criteria have been met, then we would recommend the following conditions. A special exception runs with the land. Approval is limited to the use of the subject parcel of real estate office and yoga studio. All development to occur in substantial conformance with the site plan sheet C 4.0 by CIMEC Engineering LLC and bearing the digital seal of Juan Pablo Rodriguez, dated February 3rd, 2025. All parking is to be off-street and fully contained within the subject parcel. New utility service drops will be installed underground and shall be done in a manner which protects index trees. Refuse collection containers shall be screened from public view with either a wall or fence 6 feet in height, shielding the refuse collection containers from view from the adjacent rights-of-way or an adjacent residentially zoned residential use parcel. B, vegetative screening that includes shrubs which will achieve a height of 5 feet within 1 year, planted with a spacing not exceeding 5 feet on center, or another form of vegetative screening that creates an effective visual screen. Signage shall meet the requirements of LDC Section 70304 for the O1 Limited Office District. Proposed lighting will demonstrate compliance through a building permit application with the county's marine sea turtle lighting requirements. Applicant shall not commence development until all other agency approvals and or permits are issued. And then your time limits within 1 year from the date of the rendition of the order to commence construction and 2 years following commencement to finish construction. That was added, I believe, at the board's October meeting, if I recall correctly. Other option would be for the board to deny the special exception request on the basis that the special exception criteria have not been met, and therefore deny the request, or to continue it to a time and date certain for extra information provided by staff or by the applicant. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll close, await any questions or comments. Mr. Schmento, on behalf of the applicant, is present for the applicant's presentation, and thank you.
Thank you. Any member of the board have a question for Mr. Mingle? If not, we'll invite the applicant to come forward.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Schmento for the applicant. As I pull a couple pictures out here that I want to share with you, just want you to understand why we're here or how we got here. About almost literally a year ago, the applicants came to the county to try to get a special exception. And I know you all know that a special exception is nothing more than, can you do this use on this property? And so it's been a year. It's been about 9 public meetings between A1A Scenic Corridor, this board, the county commission on 2 occasions. They've had, tens of thousands of dollars invested just to figure out if they can get a special exception. And so I know there are some debates about whether this planning board properly did their job the first time or not, but the county commission ultimately decides, and here we are again. If I can share with you, just kind of what we're talking about here. Is that better? So I can't back out, but as you can see, there's been a significant investment in this property already to try to improve the A1A Scenic Corridor. This is the house when they purchased it, and this is what it looks like presently. Notice, though, in the front how all the underbrush has been cleared out and many of the dead trees. In addition, what did I do wrong? I'm sorry.
The menu came up.
My technology.
That's okay. That's why I'm here.
Okay.
And if you want to use a handheld, go right ahead.
Okay. And these are just more pictures of the condition of the property where they purchased it. So you can see they've already taken significant steps on improving the community, including that which the neighbors who complained before to you have seen improvements. There were also discussions about this being a dangerous condition in the area because of the driveway. Well, if you look at what was before.
Michael, if you can, please do use the handheld just for catching on the video.
Sure. If you can see, what was before they purchased the property, and remember they took down a lot of it, I'll draw your attention to this sign to give you some context. You can see it was all overgrown. And again, what they've done for context, there's your sign again. So they've really cleaned up the entire area for the benefit of the hammock and the residents in the area. So we're here today to, I guess, as Mr. Dance said, to strictly comply with the board's interpretation of the special exception code. We're here to answer any questions you have. We spent 2 or 3 months since we last saw you with going back and checking the boxes, crossing our T's and dotting our I's again. You can see in your board package that we did an extensive memo to the county about why we complied with the conditions, both here in the scenic corridor, but also with your special exception. I think staff agrees again that we've complied, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have and ask for your approval of this special exception. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Anybody on the board have a question for Mr. Schimento? Okay, Mr. Langella.
Yeah, Mr. Schmidt, I don't know if your client wants to answer this or not, but this application is for a yoga studio, correct? And to make an office out of the
Yes.
real estate. They're now taking the yoga studio and enclosing it in a building.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make,
All right, the open air studio has been enclosed since it was objected to before.
yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
And that's concrete block? That's going to be the same material as, I'm assuming the home itself, the original home is concrete block?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the rest of the add-on is going to be concrete block as well?
I don't think the architectural plans have been finalized yet, just the elevations,
Okay.
unless you know.
It will be, okay. I just want to make sure it doesn't turn into being like a pole barn, where it's enclosed, but it's, just a pole barn kind of. Okay.
Yes, sir. So we're here to answer any questions that the community may have and you may have afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could,
Yes, sir.
I did neglect, and I do have it on our laptop. If Carlos, you can switch it back over. So in the staff report, where previously we had made reference to staff report, and I've always intended to do that. I don't know if I can make this work on this. Let's see if I can make it work. Maybe I can't. But within the staff report, I'll read the items where previously what I had said is submitting my report for the record. Well, it may not be good enough anymore. And so unfortunately, I needed to prolong my presentation, and sidebar with Mr. Moylan reminded me of that the commission had come back and said, well, you didn't include your findings. Well, no, I did. It's called a staff report. That's why it's there. And so instead, I'll read those into the record to prolong the agony. I mean, to go through and hit the high points of what we included in our analysis. So as far as number one, ingress to and egress from the property shall provide for automotive and pedestrian safety and convenience, shall not unduly interfere with traffic flow and control, and shall provide access in case of fire or catastrophe. That was the first guideline that's listed in the LDC for special exceptions. Staff's analysis, verbatim from the staff report, is access to the property is proposed through the improvement and utilization of an existing driveway connection to Pamela Parkway, LDC Section 3.06.11E1, A1A Scenic Corridor Overlay District. Access standard states that for corner parcels within less than 1 acre within the A1A Scenic Corridor, access only from local streets shall be allowed, which is why Pamela Parkway was chosen over North Ocean Shore Boulevard. Bike rack has been added to the site plan as an in-block parcel, and absent formal crosswalks, any pedestrian bicycle access would cross the road to access the existing multi-use greenway trail located along North Ocean Shore Boulevard. Guideline number 2. 8 more to go. Off-street parking and loading areas shall be provided as required and shall take into account relevant factors in subsection 1 and shall be located as to minimize economic noise, glare, or odor effects on adjacent nearby property. Staff's analysis, the applicant has shown 12 parking spaces, 1 handicapped accessible space. Parking spaces meet the minimum of 9 feet by 18 feet dimensions of a standard parking space with wheel stops. Number 3, refuse and service areas should be located with consideration for relevant factors in subsections 1 and 2 preceding. Staff analysis, the use will use residential-type refuse containers. These containers will be shielded from view by a wall, fence, or landscaping screening consistent with A1A scenic corridor overlay requirements. Number 4, the proposed use shall be compatible with the availability and location of utility services, whether public or private. Staff's analysis, no new utility connections are anticipated, but if needed, utilities will be placed underground consistent with A1A scenic corridor overlay requirements at Section 306.11 in the LDCs. Number 5, screening and buffering shall be provided which preserves or improves compatibility and harmony of use and structure between the proposed use and adjacent and nearby properties according to the type, dimensions, and character of the proposed use. Staff's analysis, the applicant has provided a proposed landscape plan which preserves existing tree canopy and screens proposed commercial use from the adjacent rights-of-way and the adjoining residential parcel. Number 6, signs and exterior lighting, if any, shall maintain traffic safety and minimize glare and economic effects on adjacent and nearby properties. Staff's analysis, no new lighting is proposed. Any new lighting will be required to comply with the county's marine sea turtle lighting requirements as provided at LDC Section 6.05.00. Number 7, required yards and open spaces shall be provided. Staff's analysis, the renovated building in addition meet the 50-foot setback requirement from the adjoining single-family dwelling. The applicant is providing the 40-foot buffer along North Ocean Shore Boulevard as required by the A1A Scenic Corridor Overlay District. Number 8, the height of structures shall be in harmony with that of adjacent and nearby uses and structures. Staff's analysis, the building consists of a single story with height less than 35 feet. Its height is compatible with adjacent and nearby uses. Number 9, the economic effect of proposed use on adjacent and nearby properties shall be positive. Staff's analysis, the addition of proposed uses are complementary to the existing uses in the area. Owner submitted plans that demonstrate that all minimum standards within the RC zoning district and all appearance and development standards of the A1A Scenic Corridor Overlay is provided for in LDC Section 3.06.11 will be met. With that, I'll close and await any questions or comments. And I guess I don't have to submit the report for the record since I read it.
Thank you, Mr. Mingle. We'll open it to public comments. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this agenda item, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and we remind you that your time is limited to 3 minutes.
Good evening, members of the Planning Board. And Adam, thank you. I get paid by the hour, so if you want to keep reading a little bit longer, that would be fine, but just joking. Dennis Bear, I represent the Garretts, who have the property closest in proximity to this particular project. You know, what we're hearing tonight are the type of plans that would have been nice to have earlier on, and I think one of the questions that you all had, the County Commission had, and we had, is the plans weren't really complete as far as what was going to be done on the property. The fact that the yoga studio's enclosed now, I think that's a big plus for my clients as far as compatibility with adjacent land uses. Adam, if I could ask you one question. On condition number 4, where it says that all parking has to be off-street, so it has to be confined within these 2 parcels, correct?
Correct.
What happens if that doesn't happen? What happens if there's overflow parking out on Pamela or some other location?
It'll be enforced through a code enforcement complaint, and we are complaint-driven so that it's not something that we're not proactive, we are reactive. But
So a neighbor would just call in for a report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the second item, as you all may recall, this was the infamous Zumba case where you all said no Zumba because of the outside noise. Now that it's enclosed, I don't think it's going to be as big of an issue. My clients would still prefer not to have any amplified sound, but if the planning board thinks that amplified sound is appropriate, we would request that the hours be limited. Nothing before, say, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning, and no amplified sound after 6 o'clock in the evening to make it more compatible with the residential characteristics of the neighborhood. So we appreciate the efforts for them to come forward with a revised plan and give the additional details, but we would just request that on the sound be one additional item. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Sir. Anyone else wishing to comment on this item? Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Christina Cardone Morris, and I live at 9 Pamela Parkway. I live on a corner lot across from the Garretts, and my main concern is the traffic and the parking. I have a child who's 10 years old, rides his bike every day before and after school. There's other families on the road as well, and we are very concerned about the traffic. That is our main concern, as well as the noise, of course, but mostly the traffic. We have one way in, one way out. It's a dirt road. And honestly, people fly down that road as it is right now. I feel like my neighbors and I should also petition that there should be some signs put up because people fly down that road going way faster than 25 miles per hour. That's really it. That's my main concern is the traffic, the parking, the vehicles, with people walking their dogs and kids riding their bikes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to make a comment? If not, we'll close the public portion of this meeting.
I guess it's, I don't know if the attorney
Pardon?
wants to have it, if he wants to rebuttal.
Mr. Chimeno, would you like to take a few minutes for rebuttal?
Absolutely. 2 minutes. Again, we're here to ask for your approval with no conditions. Obviously, that the whole world and the hammock has a NOID ordinance that we all have to live with. The neighbors have to, we have to. So we're just asking that we comply with the existing laws and regulations controlling noise in the neighborhood. So what's good for all is good for all. So we'd ask for your approval without any additional conditions. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Yes, sir.
Not on?
There you go, now you're up.
I'm on? Oh, there. I'd like to make a motion to approve as it was written. No extra thing about the noise because there's a ordinance in the hammock for it anyway.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So, Adam, is there a noise ordinance that limits the time that the noise can be made, do you know?
Yes, and I'm recalling probably wrongly. I think it's 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is your noise time, and then
Do you know, and is that a decibel sound that has to be measured at the property line?
it is, and so then that's, it's measured at the property line, and then it does have a consideration. I'm recalling probably wrongly again for differing zoning, differing uses. And so with this, I think safe to say one way or the other, we'd be measuring at the adjacent property line here for that sound level measurement. We're checking right now. I think Sean's into it. And so he's going to hopefully confirm what I've just said.
Well, following up on that, and I'll let Sean answer the question if need be, but what are the ramifications? What does the code enforcement do? So a neighbor says, hey, it's, I went out with my sound meter, but the county is going to need to come out and verify that at 10 o'clock at night or whatever, and then I don't know who does that, and then if it's found to happen, and I mean, what is the ramification? How does that work?
It's enforced by the sheriff's office, who have personnel who are trained to use that specialized equipment so that any enforcement would not be, it wouldn't be overturned in court. And so, yes, it is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's measured at the property line, and there's 60 decibel level for commercial office is 70. The the decibel level for residential properties is 60.
So at the residential property, it would be 60, measured at 60?
It would be 70 from noise emanating from the commercial use. And so the 60 decibel for the residential is noise, amplified sound emanating from the residential side, I think is what that's showing. I think
Actually,
we're going to check.
Caught us a little off guard, but let me just read this sentence. I think it'll answer. Sound or noise projecting from one zoning district into another zoning district, which is what we're describing, with a different decibel level limit shall not exceed the limits of the zoning district into which the noise is projected. So the officer would be standing at the residential property and it could not exceed 60 decibels.
60 decibels?
Yes.
Which is relatively...
Would that be measured from the neighbor's property line or from their property line on their side of Pamela?
Neighbor's property line.
Right.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is a special exception approval. We're not approving the site plan. We're going to see this again on site plan approval?
No, it's minor.
You would not. Yeah, it's minor. It's under the 5 acres, so you would not see the site plan again.
Okay.
So what was the, and so upon officer finding it to be above that, what is the?
Yes, there is a citation and there's a separate resolution that spells out the fine. I'm not sure off the top.
So it would be a fine. It wouldn't be loss of the right to do that. So they can continually do it as long as they keep paying the fine? Is that what that would, in effect, equal out to?
Oh, here are the fines, yes. So the fines could go up to $500 and imprisonment by up to 60 days. That's probably not going to happen. We've got bigger fish to fry with our public resources in the county jail. But certainly if you had some sort of intentional, like somebody's antagonizing them and trying to goad them, I could see things getting ramped up. A lot of times what happens with noise, typically the law enforcement use that as their entree, but there's other things going on, underage drinking or who knows what, other illegal activities. And so it's usually not the noise by itself that lands somebody in the county jail.
Okay. All right, and the special exception would be limited to what they're asking for, correct? So they can't turn that into some other type of a thing. It wouldn't be a restaurant, it wouldn't be a retail, it wouldn't be another type of thing. It would be limited to that, and that goes with the property, not with the applicant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed?
Nay.
Mr. Langella?
Yeah, nay.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes. Agenda item number 5 is also quasi-judicial, requiring disclosure. Any member of the board have anything to disclose? None. This is project number 2024110031, a variance in the RC district. Mr. Mingle.
This request you had seen at prior meeting and then had been continued from our January meeting. And see the subject parcel, northeast corner of the intersection of Mockingbird Lane and Pelican Lane, shown in blue here. So this also, just to stay on this for a few seconds, you can see the extent of the subdivision. This subdivision is the Pelican Lane, Mockingbird Lane, the unnamed roadway to the west. We're between North Ocean Shore and just that tail end of Island Estates is what you see with the triangle that's there. And so then this borders just that bottom portion of the intercoastal. And then that part of the old intercoastal that's there along between Island Estates and the island itself. From the plat, this is Lot 13 and then part of Lot 16 that was put together in order to meet the setbacks best we can tell. And I think I wrote this up in the staff report this way, is that the timing on the construction of the home seemed to coincide with the timing of the portion of Lot 16, that south portion of Lot 16 being combined with this to give some extra room for the home that was being constructed, I think back in 1979. This was important because it had the note also that I referenced in the staff report. Private streets are only dedicated for the exclusive use of the lot owners in this subdivision. We had some discussion last meeting about public-private streets, timing of paving, things like that. The intent here with this, I think, obvious from the plat itself, was that these were private streets. Along with that, you also, worth mentioning here that you saw mentioned in the items that we included for you on the dais were references to covenants and restrictions. So definitely want you to consider those, again, not enforced by us, but there are private covenants that we understand that are in place within this subdivision that would be enforceable by the owners themselves through a court action. This, again, familiarizing you with the parcel itself. This is the extent of the survey with current improvements that are shown on this. Mockingbird Lane on the left-hand side, the west side of the property, Pelican at the bottom along the south, A1A off of this graphic to the right-hand side, and then the remainder of Lot 16 to the north. You have that south 8 feet of Lot 16 that's included within the limits of Lot 13 here. This shows that 5.31, I think it was, at the corner, which is the northwest corner of the home, which is the closest part of the home as far as its relation to the what is the that's the rear setback there. And so that what we have in play, street setback to the south, street side setback to the west, opposite the front, as how our code reads, would be the rear, which would be to the north. And then your side setback, your side property line would be to the east side. One item to mention here, and I think we probably did say it a couple of times, is that the applicant has eliminated from the application what we were advocating for, including in the home as part of the consideration where the single-family dwelling presently had its encroachments. We had a lot of discussion at the last meeting about granting that a variance to allow it to be considered then as a conforming structure, not as its present non-conforming structure. The applicant since dropped that from their application. That was really at staff's request in order to make that home conforming. This was the plan we saw before, so this should look familiar. Showing the 6x12 pump house, the pool, the deck extending to the property line. Removal of the old concrete deck then at the north end. Septic tank location off to the east side. And then here was the plan that was submitted. What that showed was that shifting of the pump house 3 feet off the property line. The deck still remains there. Pool remains, I think, in its location. We had the I think that's the extent of it. The deck, I think, and maybe the applicant can talk about this, the pool deck intent here with this graphic would be still to extend, I believe, to the extent of the home's construction at the rear. So that on that top portion that you see, the deck, I believe, is intended to extend to within 6.51 feet of the north parcel line. Really what this is showing more than anything else is that pump house being shifted over to the east so that you have a 3-foot separation between the street side property line along Mockingbird Lane. And so then you have 3 foot there, you have 3 foot between the pump house and the edge of the home itself. That's the southwest corner of the home. And then you do have that pump house then set back the 27.31 feet to match the front of the home, the current extent of the home along Pelican Lane itself. Reference here also to the roof line. I think that was trying to describe to us how the slope would be. I think it's intended to be a single slope, not a gable. So it's got a rear roof, I think is what the notation was saying on the pump house, at 9 feet 7 inches. And then you've got, I'll let the applicant talk about that. I think that he was just trying to give us an idea of the height of the massing that you're going to have there. And so then this graphic, this would be facing due east. This is from Mockingbird, from that Mockingbird right-of-way, private right-of-way. You're seeing that existing slab that's there to the north side of where the pool eventually go. And that's referred to here as the old porch frame and plywood. You can see there the 8-foot roof line that's present on the home, and then that should match up with the 9.7. So what I think he was trying to show us there is that the roof would be sloped from the front of the shed to the rear. It would be higher at the front, which would end up being the north side. So you'd have the opening on the north side of the shed. Go back to this drawing so you can see it. The opening door on the north side of the shed facing towards the pool with that height at 9 feet 7, and then the rear portion closest to the front then would be at 8 feet to match the slope of the existing roof on the home. I think that's the intent there with that. And so these dimensions that are here were drawn in. So you got edge wall to door, 13, 10 and a half, a door. This was to show you how the orientation of the existing home, where the doors and windows are in relation to that. I'm not sure what had happened with this one. We didn't reach out to the applicant to ask him what was going on here with this, but the framed and plywood extent, I don't know if there's any construction that's happening here. We'll look to the applicant to describe what's going on with this. This is on the rear of the home, is what we understand, facing east, I believe, is what this is. And so I'm not sure what's to be described here with this, other than it is showing that rear corner. And so this, again, would be the northwest corner of the home as it presently exists, and then at that bottom left-hand side, right-hand side, you see the extent of the slab. We anticipate that slab would not extend any more into the rear setback than it presently is shown here. So with all that, not a lot of record part over there at the top, excuse that, that this is a half, or no, it is, I'm sorry, 7,500 square feet, lot of record, correction on that. Lot 13 in south, 8 feet of lot 16 in River Beach subdivision. We have the modification there where we removed the non-conforming house. The pump house is shifted 3 feet to the east. So now we're back at a few different, we've had some of those setback variance requests have dropped out, 3.49 feet at the rear north setback for the pool and pool deck, 25-foot left street side for the pool and pool deck, 22-foot left street side for the pump house. Remember, we're reducing 3 feet off of that. We still have the lot coverage overall, the variance for the 0.82%. To allow the lot coverage for the area under the roof, the pump house itself. So this is a before the fact variance for the pool, pool deck, and the pump house. And then we did have those inquiries that have remained on record for the neighboring property owners. You had those two handouts that we provided. I think there was, two. One from Ms. Walls and the other one, I think I missed the name on it, Jackie O'Connell. So from Nancy Walls and Jackie O'Connell that are made part of the record. Along with that, I think that Ms. O'Connell had the slides that were part of their request. And so you have both of those for your consideration. I think one of those or both of them had asked for us to read them to the record. We will not. You've already heard enough from me at this point. So with that, I'll give you the options for the board's consideration. You can approve if you find that the guidelines have been met. And that'd be approving that 3.49-foot rear north setback variance for the pool and pool deck, the 25-foot street side for the pool and pool deck, the 22-foot street side variance for the pump house, and the 0.82% lot coverage variance for the maximum allowable 35% lot coverage. You could deny the variance requests, all of them, on the basis that the criteria have not been met, or you can continue this to a time and date certain. Again, you are allowed one more continuance. We had the one before. We could do one more without having to redo notice for a subsequent meeting. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll submit my report for the record. Await any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mingle. Any member of the board have any questions for staff? If not, we'll invite the applicant to come forward, state your name and address, and we remind you that you have 10 minutes. I'm sorry, 15 minutes.
Thank you.
My name is Raymond Royer, 3 Pelican Lane, Flagler Beach, River Beach subdivision, Lot 3, and south 8 foot of Lot 16. All right, I'm going by my survey, and I did 2 other properties to figure out. I don't know if this is a new setback you're trying to establish from the edge of the road, but since we are a private community, all my setbacks in my PIN meet 25 to the center of the road, as it was pointed out to this diagram right here, showing the center of the road. I mentioned earlier our roads were actually put in wrong, and nothing to do with me, but the setbacks for the center of the road, for the road that's on Mockingbird, if it was a 20-foot road, would be more intrusive onto the right-of-way on my well, it's not my property, but closer to my property, which with that road would actually be better for that circle that you were talking about being illegal. Well, the road would actually meet those driveways. And so there's the road's the issue, and I'm trying to figure out how you are coming up with the 25 setback, because everything that I'm reading, and I'm reading back from, I got literature back from 1914, all kinds of county issues here.
Mr. Chairman, I may be able to break in before Mr. Langelo does, and this may be part of the confusion, Mr. Royer, that our setbacks are not measured from pavement; they're measured from your lot line. So that may be even more telling of the extent of the request that you're looking for, and maybe why you're facing the opposition you are from your neighbors, because you're asking for a 0 setback because your setbacks are measured from your property line itself. We don't measure anything from, I should maybe caveat that a bit. Typical subdivisions, we're going to be measuring from the lot line to the your exterior wall of your building. We do call out pools, pool decks as an exception. They have separate setbacks that apply to them. We don't measure anything from roadway edge or pavement edge or center line of a roadway or right of way. There are very few exceptions where subdivisions have had that, and they've been the exception, not the norm.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is, what are you coming up with this 25 setback from the road, though, to the property line? Because my pin right now, all my pins meet to the center of the road. That line is 25 feet exactly.
If we're referring to road, which we're not, we're referring to property lines.
Yes.
Your setback on Mockingbird Lane is the 25-foot, 20 street side that's from 25 foot from the west property line to your whatever construction you have that's happening on the lot. So it's all measured from the line.
Okay. So then I changed the pump house and centered it to try to meet, I guess, more appealing. Everybody's trying to say it's not appealing, and so I centered it. And the reason that I didn't go to the rear of the property, as pointed out, that structure used to be a porch, so that's not a block section. And like the rear window showed, you can see the recess is smaller. And then if you look further down the back of the house, the recess is deeper because that's block. And that's why I drew those lines, just like out front on Mockingbird. You can see on Mockingbird where I drew the line, that's where the porch is. And then there's block from there over. So I can't put the pump house against the building over there.
Makes sense.
So that's why I ended up moving it back to the front of the house, centering it, trying to get it off the property line now. They try to make it more, I guess, appeasing to everybody. Right now I only have two neighbors with that only own 3 lots. It was mentioned they own 4 lots, but they only own 3. And I mean, if you look at their deeds, the ones that they're west of Mockingbird, they actually own a lot between them, but they're only half lots. Then they both share that lot. And since it's not a full conjunction lot anymore, and it's under this 7,000 square foot, you can't call it a lot. And there's times they come there and try to say they have 2 votes, and you can't have a vote and a half and say you have 2 votes. So that's about the best I could do is setback. So I have about 3 feet from my house to the pump house, 3 feet from the wall to the surrounding wall that I'm going to build, and that's about it. So I'm going to leave it at that. And again, it's going to be like 9.7 at the peak of the roof. I'm just estimating, but that's why I was asking for 10 feet earlier. I wasn't sure what the height would be. We had a kind of confusion there. You were thinking 8-foot wall. I was thinking peak of the roof when I was mentioning 10 feet. But it's around 9.7. I just estimate off my roof. So it's going to be a block building. It's going to be the same pitch of my house. It's going to be very conforming of the neighborhood. West of there, on the property that's complaining, she has a similar building that's actually probably around 100 square feet larger. Okay, and then there's another garage structure about 300 feet off the property, and that's probably, I would say that's probably around 150 square feet by just looking at it. And then I have a couple neighbors that showed up that also had previously put pools in that are for it, and I actually have a neighborhood petition that I went around, and I know we sent them out. I think there was almost 40 letters sent out of a 300 surrounding area. I went my best, but a lot of the properties that I went to actually were rented properties, so the homeowners were living there. So I have this up. You know, I didn't get a chance to submit it to the county, but I just want to show everybody that. And some of the people that signed it are here today, so I'm glad they're here so they can give their opinion.
All right, appreciate it. Any member of the board have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
What I don't understand is the pool pump house, you're talking about it being 8 feet high?
It's gonna be 8 feet high by the block, and then about 9.7 at the
All right,
peak of the
so
roof.
I'm confused because, I'm sure a lot of us have pools, and where my pool pump is and everything, at most, it's, I'm going to say 4 feet high. So I don't understand why the height is necessary to be at 8 feet.
Well, I'm building a pump house because I got to bring power to it, so I'm bringing a 60 amp to a 100 amp service to it, and I also wanted to make it larger. Like I mentioned before, we're in hurricane area, so I would like to get my furniture and stuff in a structure when hurricanes come. I mean, I read a letter today that a neighbor west of me had submitted that I could put the furniture in a pool, but sometimes when you put the furniture in the pool and it's a period of a week, you actually ruin that furniture because the chlorine will just eat the material that you just threw in the pool.
Now, I'm just thinking for the line of sight, I just don't understand I know you gave me some reasons, but
Yeah.
I don't quite understand them. I mean, I know there's a pool guy in the audience here, and I haven't seen it before in my travels, so I'm really confused by the reason you're building such a huge structure. So that's only my question. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I mean, I might as well say it now. I was going to wait till later, but I agree, Mike, 100%. I think what he divulged was that the building is not strictly for a pump house. It's an additional storage building for whatever he wants to call it. It's a additional storage building, I thought, look, to get him to be able to appreciate his property, giving him the variances for the pool and some of the other things makes sense, But now you got this large structure sitting out there, basically because he wants to store more stuff on the property. Seems to be not the minimum requirement to get away to get this thing. This is like over and above, and that's, I think, the issue. He's not quite understanding where I said put it against the house, try to make it more, get it out of what you're doing to it, but he's leaving it there, making it more, again, more of an eyesore to the neighborhood as far as the structure sitting out to the front, detached, large thing, and that's where I think the angst that some of us have with this thing. So I agree with you 100%.
I mean, as far as I know right now, I could build a 6x10 without no permit and then basically place it on my property. I mean, that's
If you make well, I'm going to let the attorney and the staff, but
Yeah.
you can't just build a structure on your property and not do that.
Well, if I could get this posted up here, because this is the main concern of neighbors complaining about. So you can read it? Can I get it up?
He's working at it. Give it a second.
I particularly like the attorney to read this because, all I'm hearing is aesthetics, and, aesthetics is a challenge all the time, and none of us up here are professional. It's a judgment call, and this has been litigated numerous times, and you read this. Like I said, it's been litigated numerous times. And I'm conforming with a brick building. There's like two other structures that are out there. They're brick, they're block. They're conforming with a roof, same roof line as their homes. I don't have no problem with those neighbors having those structures. And if other neighbors want to put the same structures up on their properties, I'd say yes.
If I could help you with this, I think what you're missing is that if your property was of a size where you could build your structure without violating the setbacks, that's the problem. But you're asking us to vary or change the rules for you, and then our rules say we have to do it to the minimal effect we can't just go nilly-willy and do everything. We're supposed to do it to the the least amount of effect to help get what you need.
Right.
And that's not a need, that's a want, and it's sticking out from the property, and that's why we're talking about the aesthetics of it. It isn't that we don't like the look of the building, okay, is that you're already going beyond what you're allowed to do. So you're not allowed to do that, so we're trying to help you get some permission to do things, to have your pool and enjoy it, but what you're asking for is way over and above that, and that's the part I don't think you're understanding. So the aesthetics isn't that, we don't like the way the building looks, that's why you're not getting it. It's because, or you're not, there is no vote yet, but why some of us are having some angst on it is that you're asking to go above, encroach into the setback, that admittedly by yourself, that some of your neighbors don't appreciate. So it's not like there's no contention to it. And then, and the purpose of it is to give you more storage versus to allow that pool, and that's where I think we were trying to ask you to compromise and trying to help you to come back and minimize that thing and make it so it, you can enjoy your pool, but not make such a big structure into the setback. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what you're saying, because I could Google it right now and see structures similar to mine.
We're here to hear your
houses.
property, sir, not other people's issues.
Well, I got people telling me build a 4x4, a 4x4. Okay, yeah, I guess I could build a 4x4, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a structure to put my pump house and my pool equipment. I want to probably spend about $5,000 just on my pump equipment.
The problem is your property isn't allowing you to do it without getting a variance.
Well, that's what I'm here
right,
for.
But just to come in and ask for it doesn't mean you get the variance. That's what we're trying to work with you. You understand? It isn't like an automatic, well, I want to have this, so I want to have it.
And similar neighbors got their variances and built second structures.
But we're not here to talk about your neighbors. Unfortunately, I know like a lot of people want to bring that up, but we're here to talk about your item and not whatever your neighbors did or didn't do.
I'll leave it at that.
Chair? Chair, I have
Yes,
a question. Why exactly was it that it could not be moved up to the other side, like up towards the back against the wall? I noticed we mentioned that it was wood frame. I guess they closed in a patio at some point. Still with that, why couldn't this pump house be moved up against that wall?
Well, we had discussed before that I didn't want it up against my structure at all because of fire. And then there was a gentleman that said, well, your home's at block. Yes, it's block. But unfortunately, that section is wood, and I'm not going to put a secondary building up against my home. I think aesthetic-wise, it looks like hell. And then I have a neighbor that's complaining about noise, and then I'm just going to put it closer to her house, and it's already and there's hardly any decibel coming off of a pool pump today.
No, I understand that. Well, and I got to say, in agreements with you, I live on a property, I have a pump house on my property.
Yeah.
I have a 10 by 10, and in that, I have two 500-gallon holding tanks. I have a water treatment system. I keep my lawnmower and lawn equipment in there. That's far and above what's needed to run a pump for a pool. And I guess that's what Mr. Langelo is saying. We're willing to entertain a variance for what you need for this pool. And storing your lawn equipment is not what's needed
I'm
for
not storing lawn equipment. It's going to be my furniture.
I'm sorry,
from the
your
pool.
furniture, storing
Yeah.
whatever, a storage building for what have you, whatever, is not really what's absolutely necessary for this pool to function. Does that make sense?
No, because I'm sure you put secondary items in your 10 by 10 right now.
I do, but I live on 2.5 acres, so yeah, it's,
Okay.
it's neither here nor there,
Well,
really.
Yeah, but we're trying to say, I mean, like now you're telling me I'm restricted to build a structure, and I can't put, you know what I mean? I'm not, like, I have a neighbor complaining, and I'm going to, I guess, run a bread and breakfast out of there and have boarding. I mean, come on. I mean, I have a neighbor that said I should build an underground facility. I mean, come on, this is getting crazy. I mean, I don't want to litigate this, but I will litigate it. You know, that's where I'm at.
That's your prerogative.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This time we'll open it up to the public. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this agenda item, please step forward. State your name and address for the record, please.
Dave McKeag, 6 Pelican Lane.
You can use
Into the other microphone right
microphone
there.
to the podium.
This one over
you
here,
can
sir.
leave that right?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Right there.
Yeah, I found a lot of the points.
Could you state your name and address for the record?
David McKeag, 6 Pelican Lane. Ray's been my neighbor for a long time. He's a good guy, a fireman, a Navy veteran. He's top notch. So I understand the concerns that you have, but I'd like to see him come to a reasonable expectation because he deserves a pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wishing to come forward? Seeing none, we'll close public comments. And
Somebody was trying to.
oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. State your name and address, please.
My name's Charles Ellsbury. I live on 9 Pelican Lane. I have the house. Can you put the diagram up of the different properties? Right there. I'm the one 2 further down on the white, right on the corner. See it? Where the yellow makes the
You're to
corner?
the west, correct? Toward the
Yes.
intercoastal.
I'm there. My pool equipment.
If you can't step over the microphone, sorry.
My pool equipment is closer to the lady who is opposed than Ray's would be. Sometimes I just have to walk out and almost look in my pool to see here if it's running or not, as far as that goes. And I don't have any opposition to him building a little bit larger structure for his pool equipment to put his lawn furniture, the pool equipment, the pool furniture in it. I need to build something to put the brushes, the screens. You know about all that with pool equipment. I don't have any problem with it at all. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comments and go to the board.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask staff a question? If the way this thing is presented, the way the drawing is presented, are we to approve it in whole, or can we parcel out parts and approve parts that?
You can, and a little hesitant, you probably heard the hesitation in my voice when I was reading through the options for you, that, you've got the range of the variances that are here. And so you could, and that's why we were very specific too. I think in hindsight, we intended for this to be this way, so that you can see what applies to what. And so we have a pull and pull deck consideration for the rear. The street side has a pull and pull deck, along with a component that's related to the pump house itself. And then you have the lot coverage overall. So, effectively, you've got those 4 variances. I think I've counted it right. And you can just as well approve then 3 of the 4 or 2 of the 4, however you like to parse it. Or even, I would think, condition one of those. In fact, if you wanted to reduce the height on the pump house, I don't think that's what Mr. Royer's interested in, but you could prescribe that. Our height maximum height goes to the height of the district itself, so up to 35 feet in height. But when your accessory structure is 12 feet mean roof height or greater, then it conforms to the setbacks for the principal structure is how our code is set up. So as one of the tests we had before, he's come back and said is at 9.7, so he's less than the 12. And so then we're talking about then what we would consider a shed or accessory structure. We do have some reduced setbacks then that apply, but on a quick response there on the street side, you're still meeting the street side minimum is what you're having for any structure that's there. And so that's still what he's grappling with is street side setback applying here. Reference was made to a 6 by 10, 60 square foot. We do typically allow 6 by 10s with no greater height than 6 feet for its mean roof height to be allowed without having a permit for its construction. Those are typically your Rubbermaid sheds. So when you're buying one of those from Lowe's or Home Depot.
But they have to conform to what setback?
Those are usually going to be your 10-foot rear is what we're always talking about. Your side setbacks are always the same. As
so
they
it
are
still
for the
has to
principal structure.
conform
Yes, sir.
to the setback. That's
Your only one you have reduced is your rear, from typically a 20 to a 10 foot, unless your height is at 12 or greater.
I mean, to open discussion, I want to make a motion, and then we can maybe talk about the
Yes,
motion.
sir, go ahead.
I would motion that we approve the applicant on the items except for the pump house. And then I guess if we want to talk about an alteration to that in my motion, but I mean, I think if he builds a pump and pump house, something that's relatively small and puts it over the structure, that's probably not even something that would fall under our purview anyway.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's why I would say I would approve, let him have the pool and the setbacks issues there, but the pump house would be something that would not be included in the variance.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have a quick, he's doing a 4-foot wall, concrete wall around the building, around the patio area? I think I remember you saying
I think
something
there's
about a
what
4-foot
Mr. Royer
concrete
talked about before. I think if, I'm looking to him to nod, but I think he had said 4-foot concrete wall is what he had proposed before.
Okay, and that's not part of this any longer, or?
No, I think that's still within the request. You need that as the
Okay.
pool barrier. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right. And
Yeah,
then-
is maybe a nod from Roy. Is 4 foot the height you need? Okay, all right. It was an affirmative that 4 foot is the height you need to, you got to protect your pool.
Well, yeah, no, of course, and with that, maybe if the pool, the pool
Yeah.
pump house is no taller than the 4-foot wall. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could amend that motion, if that's what you're saying, that the pump house be within that structure, that fenced-in structure and no taller than 4 feet high to the top of the structure.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Just for Hannah's benefit, that was unanimous, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item number 6. It's quasi judicial. Also, any member of the board have anything to report on item number 6? Seeing none, this is project number 2024120023. Request for a variance in the RC Residential District. Mr. Mingle.
This one's an area that I've referred to before as you can see this configuration here, that these 8 lots, 4 on the east side of North Ocean Shore, 4 on the west side, were a prior request dating back to 2001 from a single property owner at the time, Elizabeth Plemons. She had brought this forward to the board. A bit unique as things are in our world. Isn't a lot of things unique that we see. But these, as you can see, and the reason why I'm dwelling on this a bit is that these 4 parcels on the east side are unique because of 2 factors. They're trapezoidal. They're not. It's not good rectangles. You don't have right angles that are involved here, so they're trapezoids. And then also they're not as deep as the other 4 lots on the west side. Admittedly, the depth was intentional to match those lots that you can see on the north side, and I'd even probably say the ones to the north of the one that we see in the center were probably admittedly some 20, 30 feet, maybe greater in depth. But these were part of this approval for Ms. Plemons. It was an exception. It came in to the board as effectively I think it was a type of a variance. And then belabor the point a bit, both to the rear of these lots on the east side and to the rear of the west side lots. Those parcels that you see that are there are owned in both cases by Flagler County. Part of the consideration in order to provide this layout, this permission for these to be laid out in this manner, the owner then provided those remaining portions of those parcels, each of these, to the county. So a little unique as that pretext, You can see here with this also on the aerial, the 4 homes that are constructed on the east side all have some setback distance from that rear property line. And here that's going to be I think it's a 20-foot that you'll hear referenced as we go into this. And you'll also recall, those that have been on the board for some time, that we've had issues with these as the homes have aged. Because of the size of the property, because of how we measure that 20-foot rear setback from the property line itself to the wall of the structure, you can see an obvious point of conflict on what would end up being the left rear corner. The northeast corner of each of these homes ends up being problematic because in each of those instances that we know of, those areas are open porches with a cantilever support. And so the important consideration here for us is that no vertical support's been provided to any of those 4 that I know of, except through any variances that have been granted by this board. So it gives you a sense on the aerial what we're starting with. Future land use, the mixed use low intensity, that does conform to the residential low intensity residential commercial that we have there, the RC zoning. All of this is within the VE zone. These are all within that flood zone. And then you do have gravelly sand, which does also conform then with a lack of wetlands. And so this particular piece was part of a vacated street in order to yield the buildable lot, and that was approved by the board in 2000, and then further through that variance in 2001, and so it dates back that far. And so you had this vesting that happened here, and so this considers it not only as it's a non-conforming lot, but it becomes an approved non-conforming lot of record at its dimensions. And so this is that layout based on the survey of what we're looking at with the home. And then, as I mentioned, the left rear corner. And what you'll see here in the orientation, at the bottom is A1A, at the top is North Ocean, is the ocean itself, Atlantic Ocean. To the right-hand side is south, to the left-hand side is north. And then that area that we're talking about then would be that corner. I could show you. I don't think I can bring my cursor there, but if you take the northeast corner of the parcel and extend down to downward, you can see that measurement provided on this of 20.02. That's our 20-foot rear setback. That's the current extent of the home itself. And then you can see there beyond that, the wood balcony that extends out, all of that's being supported presently by cantilevers. In plan view, showing the rear elevation, this would be facing from the Atlantic Ocean, facing due west. This shows then the what had been described on this graphic as new deck post and handrail, new proposed deck area. So this is different than what had been submitted as a revision. You saw a separate email Mr. Langella pointed out in his packet that we tried our best to make sure that the submittal was correct. And for those members of the public that may be as confused as our planning board members were, there was a subsequent application submitted by the owner to eliminate what had been originally applied for as an expansion of the deck. So the deck, as they had described it originally, was obsolescence, that it didn't meet the needs. They have a family member that's in a wheelchair. And so this red area that you see here on the graphic to the left was intended to extend that wood deck outward and closer towards the ocean, further into the rear setback. That has been eliminated from the application following our technical review committee meeting. Neighbors were present at that meeting, did express their concerns about that further expansion, and that reduction did occur. And so your present application is limited to eliminating the cantilever, leaving the deck as it currently extends, and then providing vertical supports, vertical posts. Because of those vertical posts, we are here considering the variance. We do consider that to be a support, a wall, or as if it's a wall, and that would then be subject to a setback then at that point. Cantilevers don't have that, but a wall or vertical member supporting those stories, whether they're conditioned space, whether it's open porches, whatever it may be, would then be subject to the setbacks. So summarizing what we've got here with the parcel, 5,114 square feet plus or minus, that actually meets the minimum, I think, in the RC district for that size portion of 3rd Street, 50-foot wide right-of-way. Is how it was shown there on that Kanaha Beach subdivision plat prior to its being vacated in 2000. The request was for a 9-foot rear east setback variance for an existing deck to convert cantilever supports to the in-ground supports. It's before the fact variance. It was triggered by a notice of violation for unpermitted work. The owner had started work prior to permitting and then was made aware of the need for the variance. And then, as I mentioned, the objections were raised by the neighboring property owners. I did send you also, as part of the email, the statement that they wanted to have some consideration for a cushion. I think that 9 foot may include that allowance. That what they were coming back with is just to allow for measurement errors that may occur. We may hear more from the applicant if that 9 foot setback variance. What that would do is that's a 9 foot variance that would allow that would then have an 11 foot setback from the rear property line to the closest vertical support of the deck. And so the variance is 9 feet, the setback would be 11 from that rear line to the closest vertical supporting post. And so with this, and we didn't intend to read these into the record, still really don't want to, but I will do this as best I can. The extraordinary exceptional conditions that are there, and I think we probably have made a case for that being present because of the trapezoidal nature of these lots. Staff analysis of the subject property is a lot of record, having been a vacated right-of-way from the 1929 Kanaha subdivision plat, vested as a buildable lot by the Board of County Commissioners through resolution number 2000-108, and Flagler County Planning Board through application number 2021, and being approximately 3,886 square feet undersized for the RC district. This increases difficulty, 9,000 square feet being the minimum in the RC district. This increases the difficulty of meeting the minimum required setbacks, although the LDC provides some relief for setbacks for lots of record, does not provide any relief for the rear setback itself. Number 2, conditions were not created by the affirmative actions of the applicant. And the applicants acted at all times in good faith. Staff's analysis, this is a before-the-fact variance request. Owners purchased the property as is, and aside from the work without a permit, the owners have acted at all times in good faith as reflected in this variance request. Number 3, the variance would not cause substantial detriment to public health, safety, welfare, morals of the community, or impair the purpose or intent of this article. And staff's analysis, placement of the cantilever supports with in-ground posts does not increase the footprint of the deck or alter sight lines for neighboring properties. This post would be placed in existing patio space rather than undisturbed ground. Variance would not cause substantial detriment to the public health, safety, health, welfare, safety, and morals of the community, or impair the purpose and intent of this article, is staff's conclusion with that criteria. Number 4, the no variance may be granted for use of land or building that is not permitted by this article. Staff's analysis, decks are a permitted use in the RC zoning district. And then final consideration is this the minimum relief necessary to alleviate the hardship? Staff's analysis, the requested relief is the minimum variance necessary to alleviate the hardship because we are no longer looking at an expansion of the deck area. It's now being limited to just the extent of the deck itself. I do need to mention a point here that if this variance is granted, then there will still be a need of our perspective to go to DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, and get the requisite permitting for the coastal construction control line. With this being a vertical support that's there, we believe that's necessary. We'll leave it to the owner applicant to make sure that they inquire and are able to get that permit if it's necessary for this construction occurring seaward of the CCCL. CCCL in this area basically
It's landward, not seaward. You said seaward, to be landward of the CCCL.
Well, in this one, the CCCL, it's
the property line, correct?
It's A1A. I think is where the CCCL sits.
Oh, the new CCCL, yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
yes, sir. And so they're well within it. And so caution, we think it's needed. It may not be necessary because it's a vertical support. Any construction there, we're thinking it better to go and get permission rather than find out later that you did something wrong. With that, we've given options for the board. First would be that you find that the setback criteria, variance criteria have been met, and approve that 9-foot rear east yard setback variance, the minimum required 20-foot rear yard. I've included here an approval of conditions, and I thought it was necessary. I did not have the benefit of talking with the applicant about this prior to coming up with this, and so we'll need to see how they feel about this. But approval of conditions, I thought here would be beneficial if you've then found the criteria have been met, approved the 9-foot east yard setback variance, but then with the condition that the deck and the area above and beneath it cannot be enclosed. We heard loud and clear at the TRC that the neighbors, and similar to what we had before we had this come up, the neighbors particularly to the north that adjoin these parcels, because of the nature of how these are situated in relation to the shoreline, and legitimately, the rising of the sun that occurs southeast in the sky, that you're depriving these folks of an enjoyment of seeing that sunrise. And so that my thinking with this was, in coming up with this condition, is that this would prevent that area from being enclosed. You could see how this would happen where someone later sitting in this seat would come back and say, well, there's a post there. You approve the variance, we could then enclose that space, whether it's below or above that deck. And so I offered this as a condition, thinking that this may in some way be viewed favorably by the opposing neighbor. Another alternative, you could find that all the criteria have not been met and deny the variance to the 9-foot setback, or you could continue it to a time and date certain. And with that, to close, submit my report for the record, Mr. Chairman. Await any questions or comments from the board. The applicant, I believe, is present for any questions and maybe a presentation, or at least to settle out anything that I've gotten wrong in what I presented. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any member of the board have a question for staff? If not, we'll allow the applicant to come forward. State your name and address, please.
My name is Sid Silhan, 3295 Ocean Shore. Good evening. Please allow me a moment. In here somewhere. Okay, yes, thank you. Apologies.
And if you'd like to use the wireless microphone, if you need to, you can use that one, the handheld, if you need to operate your laptop from over there, or you could do that just as easily.
Yeah, very
just
good.
make sure, please, that you do speak into a microphone, because we are broadcasting this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. As noted, my name is Sid Silhan. My wife and I purchased this property in October of '24. And as was already clarified by the staff, thank you for this, there was some confusion, I think, in what we were asking for. At one point, we were asking for an expanded deck for a variety of reasons, and we have since modified the request to simply ask for the vertical posts that were discussed to replace the existing and failed cantilevers that were designed to hold the deck and themselves designed to maintain the 20-foot setback that was required, because the building was built truly to the 20-foot setback line. When we purchased the house, we knew that it had some deck issues. The home inspector identified that the joist supports themselves were rotted away on the entire east side of the house. There was water incursion on the outside between the block and the stucco that we had no real way of identifying where the water was coming from. There's water incursion in the inside running from right where the deck attaches to the house. Also, no way to, at that time, identify exactly what the cause of the problem was, but we knew that there was problems both on the outside with water incursion and on the inside. When replacing the joist holders, we recognized what the problem was. The existing cantilevers, which are designed with metal buckets holding the wood, had gathered enough rain and salt water to allow for those metal buckets to corrode and the wood inside to rot away, such that the cantilevers had failed. The deck was beginning to remove from the house, causing a separation and allowing the water to come into the house. This is clear safety concerns for us. We have children. They enjoy the deck. We enjoy the deck. The thought that the deck was supported by failed and failing cantilevers was a bit distressing. I'd done some research, understood that by far the best engineering design for safety, for maintenance, for the ability to inspect the deck supports was a vertical support as opposed to the cantilever support. I spoke to the original builder of the house, who suggested that if water was indeed entering where it was entering, that it was likely the cause of the deck moving from the house. I spoke to a number of contractors, who supported the same. One of the contractors, in fact, is the group that repaired failed cantilevers on the property 2 doors to our north about a year ago. 18 months ago, that property owner was here before this board requesting a variance for the very same thing, to put vertical posts to replace his failed cantilevers. And the same contractor reviewed our property and suggested that indeed the same was to be the case. I've also asked for and supplied to the board a copy of a review by a certified structural engineer to give me an objective perspective as to what would be the better approach to manage the cantilevers as opposed to the posts. You have a copy of his report, and his primary concern was, frankly, our primary concern, the safety of the deck falling off the house. This is a safety issue not only, of course, for us at the house, I believe it is a safety issue for the neighboring members of the community. I don't have as much experience with hurricane winds as many of you do, but I do understand that a deck that is separated from the house, a 2-story deck, incidentally, supported by failed cantilevers, can become quite a windborne debris item that I would not want to be responsible for managing or creating. The staff noted the extraordinary circumstances. You used a trapezoid. I'm not sure if it's trapezoid or parallelogram, but I asked my...
Parallelogram.
Thank you. I asked my geometry student what he would recommend, and he said parallelogram. The nature of the property is, of course, as identified, a parallelogram. The property runs parallel to the north and south property lines, but because of that, the area of concern, the area where we are requesting the variance for the setback, is in the northeast quadrant of that picture that you see ahead of you. It's directly in front of the ocean, and the setback there for the property line would be such that we would not be able to put a vertical post barring a variance. The lot is also truncated, as was noted. While this is clearly the case, we have a survey, it's not obvious. The property line is somewhere in the middle of the dune. Measuring that from 20 feet back is a bit challenging. Even identifying that the property does not extend to the ocean is not at all obvious. That was a distressing point for us to realize that, in fact, our lot was quite a lot smaller than meets the eye. Nonetheless, this is the causation for the request. The oddly shaped property lines, where the house sits on the property lines right at the edge of the 20-foot setback, and the fact that the property is itself relatively diminutive for the size of the house that's already on the property. We believe that this is the minimum variance request necessary to allow for our ability to remove the unsafe and failing cantilevers and replace them with vertical posts. As noted, we had originally requested a broader expansion of the deck of some 100 square feet. Because of the odd nature of the 20-foot setback, the house there's angular, and so the deck is necessarily angular, and there's pinch points within that, and it's functionally obsolete to a great extent, at least for current use that our family would need. But we have removed that request through, of course, some protests from our neighbors, and in keeping with the spirit of asking for the minimum relief necessary to alleviate the immediate hardship. I'd mentioned that I believe this improves the safety of course, both ourselves and the community. It's not obvious, but there is 2 levels of deck supported by 2 cantilevers that are not any different from the design of the ones that failed. The first level is supported by the cantilevers of the deck, and then there are posts that hold up the second level deck. So the problem is exacerbated. It's not throughout the entirety of the balcony, but it is exacerbated in some parts of that area. I believe that our request has no impact to the public health, welfare, and safety. The access to the dune, the access to the property is blocked from the dune, which again is county property. The dune is not impacted by what we are requesting. The patio looks very much like a paved patio that you would have in your backyard. It is not the dune. It is already paved. We would be installing the posts, and 2 have been installed, into the paved patio as opposed to anywhere near the dune. As I mentioned, the deck has no impact to the visibility from our neighbors. You'd mentioned a suggestion that we have a stipulation that we would not enclose the deck, neither above the existing property nor below. We would have no trouble in agreeing to that stipulation. We certainly haven't had a chance to talk about it, but it's not at all within our intent. Our intent is to use the deck as a deck and to be comfortable that it has met its safety requirements and that we can use it for exactly what it's intended for. So that limitation, that stipulation would cause us no heartburn. As I noted, there is some precedence for this, and I would suggest that the precedent is a function of both the building design, using cantilevers to hold the deck, as well as a function of the oddly shaped lots and the rather diminutive size of the lot as opposed to the size of the house. This property on the screen is 2 doors north of ours. And 18 months ago, that homeowner appeared before this board asking for the exact same variance, which was granted. And he has since replaced the cantilevers with vertical posts supporting the deck. And again, it's the same contractor that we'd spoken to suggest that perhaps this was an ideal circumstance for us. At that time, there was no perceived negative consequences to the community, to the health, to the welfare and safety of anybody in the neighborhood. There was no opposition at the time, nor has there been since, to my knowledge. And indeed, there is still, perpetuates to be no impact to the community. As a recent homeowner, I might say it has increased the property values, but I will leave that for other interpretation. I'd also suggest that we are not responsible for creating the circumstances that we find ourselves in. Had we understood the nature of the decay in the cantilevers at the time, we likely would not be here, but we are. And the lot was what it was when we got it. Its size, its shape, the nature of the house, the nature of the setback. We didn't suggest we wanted the cantilever deck. I had expected that it was one of aesthetics, that the builder and the prior homeowner had done that because they liked the design, and it is aesthetically pleasing. But indeed, that was not the case. They did it simply because they had this 20-foot setback that they needed to conform with. As noted, I believe that the use of the deck is within the permitted use. And as a summary, you've heard all these things, but I believe that the existing cantilevers, which have demonstrated failure, pose a risk to ourselves, to our neighbors. They're difficult to maintain. They're expensive to replace. It masks and hides damage until it's too late, until you actually have full cantilever failure, given the nature of the design. I believe that our request has no impact on the neighboring views. I'm willing to concede to any such limitations and stipulations. And as noted, I think it is the minimum relief necessary. Thank you. I'm interested in some questions.
Any member of the board have any questions for the applicant?
Well,
You got it.
it's actually not a question. I honestly, and this, I'm going to let the public speak, but I had an issue with the term cantilever from day one, because, as a contractor and a architectural designer, dating back 40 years, a cantilever is a protrusion past the support. Generally speaking, it's 1/3 past the support and 2/3 back. Your picture of the house at 33, if you go back to your picture there, actually showed a cantilever. That is a cantilever, that yellow. You see the deck above is protruding past the supports. A diagonal support is what you've been asking for, versus a vertical post is a diagonal post, diagonal support. And so just as a technical term, it's just been bothering me. You've been calling it a cantilever. But to that effect, the same thing, you can, as they did, they put their vertical support as a cantilever. So they did not go all the way to the end of the deck. I don't think he's asking for that. He's asking to go to the end of the deck, but that is a cantilever. That's my soliloquy, and I'll leave it at that. But
Fair enough. I've learned quite a lot over the last few months about all sorts of things, including this, and I apologize for the.
It's not you. It's not you.
I've been
sir.
calling it a cantilever.
You can call it a cantilever all
in
you
my
want.
sleep for the last few months, so I beg your pardon.
Yeah. Any other board members have any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This time, we'll open it up to public comments. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please step forward. State your name and address for the record, and we remind you that you have 3 minutes.
My name is Sandy Muller. I live at 3299 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. We live next door to the Silhans, who's the applicant. After many years of working, saving, and surviving cancer, my husband and I built our beautiful retirement home on the beach in Flagler. That has always been our dream. We acquired all the proper permits from the DEP and the county. Unlike our neighbor who didn't get any permits and tried to put his balcony up Thanksgiving weekend. We respected our neighbors' views and properties. We are asking for the same respect and consideration for the views of our property. We are a small community here on the beach, but we have become neighbors and friends, and we support and help each other, and we take care of the beach, the dunes, and the wildlife behind our houses. All we are asking is to receive the same consideration and respect we have given. Therefore, I object to Mr. Silhan's application. I love our beautiful Flagler Beach. Please do not let Mr. Silhan take that away. I appreciate the time you do protecting our communities, and thank you.
Ma'am, could I ask you a question?
Yes.
What is it in particular that you're objecting to?
Well, when they put the posts in and we are out on our balcony and try to look out, we are now being blocked by their posts. Where we don't have posts, so everybody, our neighbors, have a view of the dunes and the beach. But now we're not going to be able to have that view once those posts go in next to our house. So that's what we're objecting to. And we've respected our neighbors. Our house was built after the houses on each side of us. So we made sure that we followed the code, and we did not put any posts on the ground floor of our house. And so our neighbors, when they look out, they have a perfect view of the dunes. We have beautiful dunes out there. And now ours will be blocked if they put these big posts in. So that's what I'm objecting to.
Carlos, can you turn on the overhead? Thank you.
Ma'am, you're saying that, are you missing the view from the second floor, from your deck, or from the ground floor?
From both. It would be from both if those posts go in.
Okay, but...
And we have a picture.
There it is.
There's-
That's what they've done.
That's what they've done. If
Right,
you-
but those palmettos are basically blocking the view of the ocean right now, correct?
Well, from the first floor. But
Right.
from the second floor, that's what you see. And those two white posts in the back actually were their cantilevers that they're saying are rotted, and they're using them as their posts. And that's what, when we are out on our balcony, that's what we see now.
I'm a little confused, Adam. Can you explain to me what we're looking at here? Isn't this the extension of the deck that they've now taken off?
No, this is the,
Well,
what,
it's still there. It's still there.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Adam.
yeah, and I think so what you're seeing to the right-hand side is the edge of the original construction, and then what you're seeing in the yellow above was the extension that was provided, that was done without the permit. And
Okay.
what we've done, I believe we issued a stop work order, so they had to stop at that point pending the outcome of this process.
Can you go back to the plan view?
Let's see, Carlos, can you switch back? So what you're seeing in that graphic to the left-hand side, to the north of the yellow notation, the 12.19, within that photo that you had, there is an area that's been extended. The yellow that you saw was in the photo. That photo taken basically where that 7.50 notation is made to the left-hand side, the arrow that's pointing to the right, southward, that photo would be taken basically from that arrow and then facing southerly, and then through that bottom patio. You saw the cantilever on the photo to the right, and then above you saw the yellow with the yellow support that showed the area where the expansion had been constructed, and then it was the cause of our stop work order.
Can we go back to the picture again real quick? The photo that they brought.
Carlos, if you can toggle back to the.
Yeah. Those white posts that are standing vertical there, those are not part of the original design. Those are there, I guess, temporarily. Yeah, that picture there. The white posts that are vertical, are those are just there temporarily, or were those part of original construction?
I think I'd have to look to the owner to
I'm
answer
talking to
that.
Adam.
I'm sorry.
I think
Owner or someone.
they probably were okay, because that would have been. I'll let you answer it. I can't.
Those are not part.
Okay.
Those are not part.
Use the mic. Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you.
Excuse me. Those are not part of the original construction.
Okay.
That is after we removed the failed cantilevers and instead began installing the posts.
Okay.
In clear violation of the rules, like knowledge.
But
that is what that is.
the portion of the second story deck that's above that white post was existing. Was that right?
Yes.
Okay.
The second story deck above, it is the existing deck, and those are the cantilevers that, when trimmed, can be used to support the existing deck.
And as I understand this picture, I'm looking at it, you're anticipating a post in the corner. I see a footing that's dug below that corner to support the post, and those three temporary posts come out, correct?
Not correct. The request originally was, as you've suggested. We've amended the request such that the non-complete deck that you see above there is to be removed once we're able to.
So that is the added area that will not be part of your request?
That's correct.
Okay, so I was reading it correctly from the beginning.
Yeah.
So your post then would be substantially to the right of any of those temporary posts in this picture?
Yes, 8 feet, in fact, to the right, because that is the distance of the.
More like straight on to the wall?
Straight on from the picture.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask the owner while he's still up here, so the photo that you see here with the cantilever, what we call cantilever, what Mr. Langelo calls the diagonal support, the diagonal support that you see at the top right-hand corner of that photo, if we went downward from that point, straight down, that would be where your vertical post would be, correct?
That's correct. The vertical post would, if you carry this support straight down, you can see the edge of the house, which itself, the deck follows the house.
And then the same for the one that's closest to us in the photo, the other diagonal support.
That's right. There are two there, and those are the two that support the third level deck as well.
Want to verify that. Thank you.
Okay, excuse me. Ma'am, are you through with your remarks?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a question for her?
Not a question, it's just confirmation. So this yellow portion up top here, I assume it's yellow, I'm not sure if it's discolored or what, that's getting removed?
That's right.
Okay, all right, because I can understand that blocking a view. So that getting removed, okay, all right, I understand now. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You have some comments, if you would
My name
state
is
your...
Charles Muller. I live in the property directly north of that. In fact, that is now the view from my second-story deck, okay? And when you were looking at the yellow house before, that is our house, okay? And there are no cantilevers, and there are no posts, but we have a perfectly built deck at that house. They argue, the applicants argue that because of the size and the shape of their lot, they had design difficulties, okay? Well, we didn't have design difficulties. We built a house in accordance with the code, didn't need variances, and we certainly don't encroach on the setbacks. The other neighbors that you saw from the 4 lots, okay, who are here today, okay, the same thing. They perfectly built a house, even though the lots are, you might call them odd-shaped, but they can be dealt with, okay? And everyone has dealt with them. It gives me no joy to object to the applicants, but they simply don't need this variance, and they haven't proved that they're entitled to it under the County Land Development Code. And that is, to get a variance, okay, the applicants have the burden to prove 5 legal requirements, and all of which need to be approved, and they've only approved 1 out of the 5. They simply are not entitled to a variance, even if they needed one. And the reason I say even if they needed one, okay, there's no indication that they can't repair the cantilevers, okay? They bought the house with cantilevers, and as such, if there is a hardship, legally, they are responsible for that hardship, okay? It's self-created, where you basically bought the house with the cantilevers and you stepped in the shoes of your seller, okay? So legally, if it is a hardship, and I would submit to you it's not, because you can repair and replace the cantilevers, no reason you can't, okay? It's a self-created hardship, and we would ask that you deny this application, but if you're going to grant something, okay, then at least it should have the conditions against enclosures that staff has suggested, okay? And I would ask you to please tell us, okay, what is their unnecessary hardship that supports this variance? As far as one of the other requirements is they have to act in all events in good faith, okay? Well, they built that, okay? They built that in our site, okay, over the Thanksgiving weekend. Is it a detriment to us and our neighbors on the ocean views? I think you can see it. And we submitted several pictures and written comments, which we would hope could be entered into the record. We would ask you to enter it into the record. We have several pictures that show all of this that is in our view, and this is from the second story, okay? We've also provided pictures of down on the ground floor, you know, looking at this, what it's doing to our ocean views. In particular, the zoning code says that in order to grant a variance, it must be the minimum necessary to alleviate an unnecessary hardship. And an unnecessary hardship is specifically defined as that which without the variance, the owner is deprived of all use of the property.
I mean, it's very strict. Legally, it's very strict. And these applicants argue that they need the variance in order to place supports for their deck in the setback in place of cantilevers that have rusted, rotted, and caused water intrusion. That is not an unnecessary hardship. That can be remedied. That can be remedied by fixing the cantilevers and the water intrusion. And there is no proof of that alleged rot or water intrusion. And by the way, when it talks about rot, they're using the same wood as the support. You can see it. And you know it's the cantilevers because they still have the metal brackets on it.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. My timer cannot be displayed, and we didn't have it hooked up, but we are past the 3 minutes. You can certainly allow more time if you'd like for the speaker.
You need to finish up right quickly.
Okay. Finally, cantilevers are a commonly accepted construction practice. They're used all up and down the state of Florida, and in our little neighborhood that you've heard of, okay, 4 out of the 8 homes have cantilevers.
All right, so we appreciate
including the applicants on the front and the back. So once again, I say there's no need for this variance because they can fix the cantilevers, okay? And they haven't proved the legal requirements for a variance in any event.
Okay, so we appreciate your comments. Thank you. Any other member of the public wishing to comment? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record, please, and we remind you that you have 3 minutes.
Stan Tavanese, 3309 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. I'm 3 houses to the north of the Sillans. And I think, just to reiterate what my neighbor Sandy Muller said, we're a very close-knit community. We love helping one another, very empathetic to things that go on, trying to find happy mediums wherever we can. And, obviously, seeing something like this, the first thought I had was knowing that, there's some conflict in terms of this resolution, how potentially could I help to maybe get the Sillhans to take a look at repairing the cantilever system. My home has a cantilever system. It was built in 2009, and it works perfectly. So I assume, I'm not a mechanical engineer, but I assume whoever installed it right. I happen to have all of the plans, all of the original blueprints for my home, including the cantilever system. I would be more than happy to avail it to Sid and Leanne and to whoever their contractor might be to see if maybe there isn't a resolution that replaces the damaged cantilevers and avoids the conflict that we have here today. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Stan? Stan?
Sure. Got a question for you?
Yes.
I know Stan because we worked together on trying to get a seawall over there.
Yes.
Is your house a block house on the
is.
first floor?
Yeah.
Okay.
First floor, yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Any other member of the public? Please state your name and address for the record, and we remind you that you have 3 minutes.
Tom Tant, 3311 North Ocean Shore Boulevard, about 4 houses north of this house. We were the first house to be built in this neighborhood. We've been there 38 years, and we have seen 80 feet of dune behind our house disappear because of wave action that happens to our lots and our property. That's why we put in the wall, but the wall is very much lower. It won't stop wave action. It will hopefully stop sand from going under. And I would like the commission to first recognize when we built our house, we had to have a 100-foot lot. In September 9th, 2001, very famous date, the commission met at 6 o'clock, even though everybody else was off during that emergency. They did pass that they could have 50-foot lots. We were at that meeting. We didn't want that to happen, but it did. The commission did approve that, and they said they would have the appropriate requirements. If you look at the second point that I'm making, just like the other houses around us, the cantilevers are built for a reason. The reason is that house has 30-foot pillars underneath it, and those pillars are designed if the wave action hits the house and takes the sand away, the house will be maintained. And you have to realize that those cantilevers are attached to the pillars. So you are now defeating the purpose that those houses were built. Because now, let's say in the third situation, if wave action hits that house, that porch will be destroyed. When that porch is destroyed, the east side of that house's integrity will be compromised. And 110-mile-an-hour wind and rain will be able to enter into that structure, which will be very detrimental to that structure. That's the reason for the design of the cantilevers. My third point is, when the porch will be destroyed by wave action, because like I said, we've seen wave action destroy 80 feet of dune that's 19 feet high since 1988. So the wave action will be coming. When that wave action hits, and we have other older houses north of us, it destroys the porch, it opens up the side of the house, and it destroys the house even in a worse shape. And my fourth point is, when that porch is destroyed, you have the pieces of the porch that are now wind-driven into houses that are north of this house, and because it's on a 50-foot lot, you don't have a 10 or 15-foot setback between houses. You have much less setback. And that north corner, if those porch is destroyed, it's going to hit, or could hit, the side of that other house. And it'll also, I'm finishing. Also, the debris will hit A1A, and it will also hit the houses on the west side. So that's the reason that they have the cantilevers, is to keep the integrity of the home and the integrity of the other homes beside it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Any other member of the public wishing to come forward? Seeing none, we'll close public comments and go to the board. Yes, sir, you can have a rebuttal. I'm sorry. Come forward and state your name again, please.
Sid Selhan, 3295 North Ocean Shore. I'd like to point out that the picture that Mr. Mueller put on the screen could not possibly have been taken from the second floor. There is a 7-foot fence on Mr. Mueller's property, immediately adjacent to our property line. There is no conceivable way that somebody less than 8 feet tall could see that vision from their backyard. Of course, from the second-story porch, they can look down and see that there are now posts rather than horizontal supports, angular supports. There's no question you can see that that is a distinction. I would submit that that distinction is one without much of a difference. It does not impede the view. It doesn't even change the view. There is this section of to be removed deck that would have, and we removed that simply because of our neighbors' requests. And while I respect the judgment of those who have been in our neighborhood for some time and have seen the destruction that the hurricanes can represent, the very reason that I went forth and asked the contractors that have replaced cantilevers, 2 doors to the north of mine, with vertical posts, and asked for a structural engineer to give us their perspective on the safety of those decks, all of whom concluded that vertical posts were the best way to manage that. Mr. Mueller's house was built 5 years after ours. There's a new construction being built 4 or 5 doors down the street. None of them use cantilevers or angular supports anymore. I don't know what the nature of that is, but I would speculate that perhaps there was a wisdom gained in repairing and replacing aged cantilevers over the course of years. But it is certainly the case that they will have benefited from our costs of failed cantilevers, which can be replaced, certainly. But replacing a known failed structure with another known failed structure does not strike me as the best course of action, and that's why we are here asking for this variance. My wife, Leanne, might have a point as well.
Hello, I'm Leanne Silhan of 3295 North Ocean Shore. And I just want to clarify that this has all been about safety. Even the expansion of the deck originally was about safety. It was about navigating the deck in a safe manner with Sid's mom in a wheelchair, my children playing on the deck, being able to enjoy a family meal for 4 people. It's not possible with the size of it, and I don't want to harbor on that because that's not what we're asking for, but it's always been about safety. And I, as a mother of 2 boys, I would want nothing less than safety. It's my number one. So to put in something that's suboptimal makes no sense to me as a parent, as a mother, as a member of this community, and I just hope you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Yes, ma'am. For her?
Well, in general. Has the deck, the expansion of the deck been removed, yes or no?
It has not.
Okay.
It has not because we have a stop work order and I want to do that only with the appropriate permits.
Appropriate permits?
Yeah, he would need a permit to remove it as well.
He needs a permit to remove what he's done without a permit?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I too am learning the nature of the rules.
Okay.
There is no intent to leave that. So that is entirely why we have modified the request.
I'm going to ask Mr. Langello, since you have the experience in building, is there any difference if you do the angle supports versus the...
Well, again, I want to use the correct terminology because
I
everyone
mean-
is using the terminology incorrectly.
Oh,
The
I'm
diagonal supports will hold up the deck as evidence that they're here. To the applicant's benefit, their engineer is correct. A best practice would be a vertical support for a few reasons. One of the main problems with the diagonal support is that the attachment to the house has both a downward force, which you'd have on any structure, but also has a vertical force trying to push that off the wall. And there lies some of the problem, because I believe your house is a wood frame on the first floor, or is it block? Block and then wood. Okay. If it's block, you're a little bit better off, but because you're gonna have to put lag bolts or bolts into that structure and keep it intact. So what a lot of people do is they put, even a galvanized bolt will rust on that beach. Right. So you got to use stainless steel. If you're smart, you're going to use 3/16 stainless steel. Very expensive, hard to get. You're going to have to do things to make that stay longer, and it is difficult. And so a vertical support would hold better. But what I was trying to display, that I guess at Mr. Miller's house, he does have a cantilever. He just thinks it's he doesn't understand the terminology. If he was to put a vertical support in, if that deck sticks out 10 feet, he could go in or go 6 foot 6 inches or 6 foot 9 inches from the edge of the house, and the last 3 foot 3 inches could be supported, and that is the cantilever. So those posts could no longer be on the very end, but it is the best practice. But if you mind, I have a question, if you don't mind.
No, but at least you answered. Now I understand it very well.
Yeah, Adam, the purpose for these diagonal supports was because of the way that the staff is looking at the zoning. And the purpose is to keep a structure from going past the setback. So this, right now, the current wall of the house is what you're calling the setback. The vertical protrusion through the ground now classifies it. When he puts that post anything further out, the post now becomes the vertical structure, and that's what you're measuring from.
That is
That's
correct.
the crux of what this whole issue is.
That is correct.
And, that, again, your solution with the no enclosed above and below type of thing helps eliminate some of the issue, because the vertical post really isn't the problem. The problem is they put a vertical post and now you allow it, you can build your house out there further. And I think that's maybe where the crux of some of this issue is, as you probably know, I've lived on that beach not too far from here for 40 years. I know that these things fall apart. They will. Your vertical post one will fall apart too. Unless they use, like I said, stainless steel bolts and some other stuff that you don't learn for 20 years or so of living on there, even that will fail. But if you put your post out past that line, we violate the setback. So that's really what we're talking about is how we deal with that. And I don't know if to their benefit again, the fact they have a seawall is good because to what Mr. Tant was talking about, the erosion on this beach has been horrible.
Yes.
I had my posts of my house, Ron, I think you saw that. I don't know if you were there when the last storm. It was very close. My house was ready to fall into the ocean.
Yeah, well, and then
It
of
was
course the
scary.
deck fell into the ocean and all that.
Yeah, I actually did lose deck and all kinds of things that did literally fall in the ocean. So the seawall will help, theoretically, hopefully, spend a lot of money, prevent that. So as a structural thing, it doesn't, without the seawall, I'd be even more opposed to it, as Mr. Tant was talking about, because that's just one more thing that's going to fail and make the deck unsafe. So I'm kind of torn here because on one hand, I agree that the vertical structure post versus the diagonal post is a better post. It almost seems like, a compromise is a vertical post with a cantilever would bring it in a bit, and then he gets the best of both worlds, but he still has to get that variance to do it. So I'm kind of torn where this is. I like the fact that he is removing the non-permitted deck, so it no longer ruins the sight line for the neighbors. I don't know if they quite understand that part of the new application, but that all of that new decking material will be removed, and the same view they've had for all these years would basically stay undamaged. Are you talking about putting a vertical support from the deck on the first floor to the deck on the second floor?
There's already 2 verticals.
They've already been there prior to you being there. Okay. That's my 2 cents.
Are they extended all the way up?
Your deck on the second floor is only 5 feet out or something like that?
If you can, head to the microphone. I'm sorry, we're missing the...
The deck on the second floor extends about 6 feet from the house.
Right.
The deck above that on the third floor is less. It's about 4 feet from the house.
And the post comes at the 4-foot line, come down and land on the deck?
Exactly. It comes down and lands onto the second floor deck, which itself is supported by the cantilever, the angular supports.
So
Yeah, diagonal supports.
actually, that would work out if you moved it back, because then you'd be transferring the load all the way down.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Oh, wow.
Why are you pointing at me?
Because you. I'll let you make the motion.
I only heard one other person talk. I don't know what the thoughts that everybody else has on this.
I'll make a motion to approve with the stipulations as mentioned that it can't be closed in. Yeah, I make a motion to approve.
Can you adjust that so that the posts are in line with the ones above?
I guess so. I mean, what would we be asking for in that situation? Just a different
It would be,
measure?
well, again, since we don't know the exact location of the post, but the relief right now, he's asking for a 9-foot variance.
That's correct.
So what that would do is push the deck closer to the house, so the relief would be less, and then he would have a cantilever for the last X amount of feet. But I don't know where they lie in here. I don't, so I don't know if those posts are even. I mean, technically, you don't need that second floor deck to lie directly on the first floor. You don't need
it doesn't
that.
have to line up straight.
You can have an offset beam, and they just have to, and the deck design can handle it. So I don't think for structure reasons that's really an important.
Yeah. No, like I said, I make a motion we approve with the stipulations granted to Mr. Mangle.
I'll second it.
And Mr. Long, I just want to make sure that your motion incorporates the findings that Mr. Mangle read into the record.
Okay, how best should I word that? I mean,
You can just say
yes,
yes.
what he said.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to clarify. So this variance, and I sort of remember, we did have a variance come in front of us, as the applicant was saying. Was that for that same thing?
As I recall, yes, it was, and maybe I'm recalling wrongly, but I've looked to others to kind of say otherwise, but we've had that. I think the 2023 date sounds correct as what we remember.
Yeah. Do you remember that, Mike?
I remember something
I
about that, yeah.
remember that we saw an item very similar to this and that we did approve it.
But remember also that the precedent doesn't,
Right, does
that's not.
Right. Just, well, actually, Adam, maybe you or Sean want to clarify that just for the record, that the action in one property does not signify actions for all properties.
Each parcel, each request for a variance must separately stand on its own.
Right.
And the criteria then are relative to each parcel and its unique circumstances. The fact that a variance had been approved for a similar situation on a similar parallelogram could be at least good historical reference, but is not should not play into your decision on granting or not granting a variance for a similar property.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. My question is, are we addressing the issue about the vertical supports being at the extreme end of the porch?
That is where that is the ask of the applicant. And just so you know, the applicant, if he gets that variance to the end, he could choose to make the supports further in and technically cantilever, but he's going to be allowed to go up to the end with those supports. That's what the motion asked for.
Yeah, I think the plan here is to put a vertical support under each of those beams right at the point where the diagonal support now connects. I believe is what we're looking at.
I think, Mr. Chair, if I could add in, I think the statements that have been made by the owner reflect that there will be no extension. So what you're seeing there in the photo, with that existing, where the diagonals come in with that gray wood that's there, imagine running downward from those with your vertical supports. That would be the extent of the vertical supports. And
The vertical supports wouldn't go to the outer edge of the porch.
They would, because what you're seeing here with the gray at that top kind of to the right is the existing limits of the existing porch. That yellow would be removed with that subsequent permit, so that I think if you're looking there where the diagonal support, where that tip is in the photo, downward from there would be your vertical post. That would be the limit of the construction.
To be clear, the applicant did say that in the photo that we're looking at on the screen, the two vertical supports are replacing failed diagonal supports.
Yeah, are those two?
Those two in the background, yes, sir.
Yeah, and
Yes,
those
sir.
would be allowed.
Yes, sir.
He has temporary 2x4s holding up the structure that would be removed. All of that is not part of the equation at this point.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay. I got to be a naysayer.
One.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, item number 7. This is also quasi-judicial, requiring disclosure. Anybody on the board have anything to disclose? Seeing none. This is a request for an application for review in the R1D Urban Single Family Residential District. Mr. Mingle.
I didn't know if you wanted to entertain a break. We do have a court reporter that wanted to pack up. It's up to y'all if you want to do it, or we can continue on. We could take a 2 or 3 minute break if you'd like, or we don't have to. We can just keep rolling. And if you're going to keep rolling, I'm going to return it over to Simone for the next.
We'll just keep going. Is that okay with
Thank
you
you.
guys?
Yeah.
We'll keep going? We'll keep rolling.
Keep it rolling.
Okay. Oop, sorry, still me.
Okay, we're losing Hannah.
I just wanted the break, that's all. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. That's because you're talking too much.
I know.
Why
no
are you
kidding,
reading all
man.
this
Will
into
this guy
the
ever
record
shut
now?
up? So Hammock Mooring South, this is, for those of y'all who know this area, and so this is just a little north of where we were before, west side of A1A, so between A1A and Island Estates. And so that you can see the layout here. I think it's 8 total lots that are in Hammock Mooring South. This aerial shows the 4, and now we have a 5th home that's under construction now. And so that's prompted our request here for relief. A little unique in our world, this is a role here with the Planning Board where the Planning Board is providing a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for relief of a plat requirement. A plat addendum is present with the approval for Hammock Mooring South that requires fire sprinklers within the homes. Mixed use low intensity on the land use matches again with our residential, our urban single-family residential zoning. I think this is the R1D, B as in boy, D as in dog, whichever.
R1D.
And so we got the water with this one. And so when we start getting into the R1s with the letters, what we're doing is we're providing one of the utilities, and then our lot sizes are changing with that. And so when this was done and when this was approved, we had at the time the zoning in play, but then you also had, maybe a little hard for us to imagine now why we have it, the plat addendum. Plat addenda later became our PUD agreements. And so the obvious question here is, okay, well, how come we have a regular zoning district with a plat addendum? And I can't give you an explanation now. And if you look at the addendum for this, it really didn't do a whole lot other than set out your finished floor elevations, your addressing scheme that you had, and then talked about the fire sprinklers. Your flood zone, all of this is outside of the special flood hazard area in Zone X and between the VE and the AE. And then your soils refine, and that also then would lead to having no wetlands as an issue here with this one. This gives you an idea of the layout of the subdivision that was here. And at the top with this one is A1A, and so this is oriented with top being east. At the bottom is west with the portion of the old Florida East Coast Canal. And then to the left is north, to the right is south. And then you can see how each of these had, first, that access, drainage, utility, and landscape easement adjacent to A1A. That within that would be the private driveway that was constructed then that accesses all of these lots. And then you had effectively what I'm remembering was a zero setback with the hatch line indicating a wall maintenance easement that extended on to your adjacent lot to the north in each of these. So your zero lot line would be along the north lot line, and then your neighbor then along their south lot line would have a wall maintenance easement where they would you would be able to come in and paint your wall and do all that maintenance on it. Not unlike the other companion subdivision, Hammock Moorings North. Let's see, what did I leave out here on this? 2002 was the vintage on this when it came out. We've since replaced the plat addenda with the PUDs. This had that section 11, had the fire sprinkler requirements, called out the 13D or 13Rs, and then had additional requirements: visual inspection of all sprinklers to ensure against obstruction of spray, inspect all valves to make sure they are open, and then test all water flow alarm devices. And request to remove that fire sprinkler requirement from Section 11 for the plat addendum is what our current home owner is seeking to try to do, partial owner. And then at the time of the approval, Ocean City Utilities, for those of you all that remember, had limited capacity on the system. Since then, we've acquired the system. It's now something that we've handed over to FGUA, Florida Governmental Utility Authority. We did have a flow test done that as recent as January 20th, 2025 at 9 a.m. I was hoping that was going to be later in the day when less showers would be happening, but that was still 840 gallons per minute was what came out of that. And the minimum flow rate, according to the fire department, that they'd like to see is 900 gallons per minute. So we're just shy of the 900 with the 840. And then I've copied that particular section out of the plat addendum, just so you could see how that language sits there. Building permits not be issued by Flagler County unless fire protection system, including the necessary water source, has been included on the application drawings for each dwelling unit construction. Our history had, I think when we came up with it, we had maybe a couple of homes that had the sprinklers, I think different from what had been described in the submittal. We did have, at least recently, at least one, maybe as many as two of those homes did not provide the sprinklers. So we've had some sporadic enforcement on our part. Answer, we caught it again. It came up this time. It's something we saw it. We're enforcing it, and so now they're trying to amend that plat addendum to remove the sprinkler requirement. Notations that are here, this graphic provided by the developer, by the contractor, trying to demonstrate that maybe there was an access consideration that was part of this. You also have, and what I wanted to show more than anything else here with this is the fire hydrant location. It's just north of the driveway. So proximate to this particular parcel, this lot, the hydrant's in its closest location within the subdivision to be able to access this particular property. Again, not necessarily consideration specific for this one, because this would remove the requirement for the entirety of the 8 lots. So if somebody has a fire sprinkler already in their home, they could take it out, which we probably think that maybe they have already done that, or it's just fallen apart. They haven't maintained it anyway. And definitely for the remaining vacant lots, they would not then have to meet that sprinkler requirement in the future if this change is ultimately granted by the Board of County Commissioners. Again, the remainder of this graphic was to demonstrate, submitted by the applicant, contractor on the job, to show then, you see the portion from the fire code access road with a hydrant, and then the dead-end fire apparatus access road, trying to show that this layout that's here with the distance is being met by the location of the lot here, and that you don't have enough of a length on either leg of this private access road to require something different here. The hydrant location being where it is, you can serve both ends of the development just fine. And this is the actual photograph that we had from the contractor provided that was from the hydrant flow test. What this was showing was that, at least at the where are we at here with this? I think it's at the top is where that flow test did occur, where you can see the access road. And then you have the notation on the January 20th, 9 a.m., and then your flow rate at 840 gallons per minute, correction. Don't really have a whole lot to provide as the backup with this. Did have the staff report and talked about kind of how we've had a bit of a precedent, if I'm remembering right. Maybe I hadn't mentioned it in this, but we've had these over the years. We've had at least one other subdivision in Painter's Walk where we've had this a similar requirement that had been taken out of the plat addendum, or at least had been granted some relief by the Board of County Commissioners. I do have to state for the record that the fire department it continues to, as I stated in there, they would like to see 900 gallons per minute. They are opposed to this. And so that don't be surprised when we go to the Board of County Commissioners that we will have then Fire Chief, Fire Marshal coming back and saying that we do not want to see this relief granted. And I can't blame them. While the fire sprinkler requirement is not a building code requirement, for single-family residential construction, it was at the time of this plat addendum being approved. Certainly, not to speak for the chief or the fire marshal, but I think they believe it's a belts and suspenders type approach. What's the harm in providing it? They have also raised at the times we've discussed it that there is a discount to the homeowner for providing a fire sprinkler system. I'm not sure if that discount applies to water damage that results from your fire sprinkler, but maybe you're paying in one spot and you're losing in another. Not to add levity to it, but our options for you are, again, in your authority as planning board reviewing this, would be to recommend approval of the request to delete the fire sprinkler requirement, Section 11 of Plat Addendum for Hammock Mooring South, finding that this fire sprinkler requirement is no longer necessary due to improved potable water availability for fire protection. Alternatively, you could recommend denial of the request to delete the fire sprinkler requirement and finding that the fire sprinkler requirement is necessary for fire protection, or you could continue this to a time and date certain for us to come back with more information that would support your decision. With that, I'll close. Await any questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mingle. Any questions for the staff?
I got one for clarification. So this is an application by a single lot owner why do we not need joinder of the rest of the lot owners in order to amend the plat?
You do.
Okay. I thought that. I also, as a, 100% was where I was at, Tim, with that. And also, I do know that the house immediately north of where this lot is does have a sprinkler system in. You know, my house is almost diagonally across the street from this. And that house was owned by a good friend of mine. So I know the house immediately next to it had it. And I know he's not ripping it out, by the way. He sold the house, but they weren't going to rip it out. But not only would all the people be asked to do that, then the second issue is, first of all, that fire hydrant, there was not a flow test done on that fire hydrant, correct? This is the one up the street.
I think we were under the impression that was the hydrant that was tested.
Okay, I seem to remember, and I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong, but that was a dry hydrant.
Okay.
Back when that subdivision was made, because there wasn't a water utility that was of any significance. There wasn't a 6-inch or 8-inch line going down to serve all that at the time. Now, that was increased later on when they came down and they did Beverly Beach Campground to serve that water. So that water then became larger. I don't know if it was ever hooked back, but I remember way back in the day, because we used that hydrant to classify our house for our insurance. We had to be within a certain amount of feet, and that was a dry hydrant. So I'm not sure if that still is or isn't. So as a safety issue, I don't even know if that's correct, the information on the fire flow is that fire hydrant.
We had looked at that hydrant, and what I couldn't remember, that is serviced by an 8-inch water line, and so
So they must have
present.
connected it when it came through. Okay.
But
I have the same concern that Tim does, is how can we unilaterally on one person's request change I would call it the benefit that all the lots there have, which is they all have a superior building structure with a fire sprinkler. We're taking it out perhaps ultimately because of the cost. And then the people who did put it in, and there is people who put it in, because I know the house immediately to the north of it does have it. So how can we do that?
I think under the idea that you have an improved service, that in 2002, and you remember that Ocean City Utilities and what we had there with sporadic at best. Sometimes you'd have the flow,
awful.
sometimes you wouldn't. And so now with that acquisition by FGUA, I think you saw I was saying improved. I didn't want to say it was great, because if it does flow at 840 and the fire department needs 900, 840 is not 900. And so, realizing that we're going to have fluctuations there regardless.
And they're 3-story structures too, by the way. Those houses are all.
I don't know if this one, I thought.
I don't know.
those
A
were-
lot of those houses
Yeah.
are 3 stories.
Right.
So I don't know what this structure is, but maybe we should let the applicant talk. I'll
Yes,
shut up.
yes.
All right, the applicant come forward and state your name and address for the record, and we remind you.
My
of
name
your
is
time.
James Melvin.
And please slide over just to your right to speak into the microphone to your right.
My name is James Melvin. I am the Vice President of Inspire Development Group. We are the contractor. I'm here on behalf of Mike and Heather Doherty, who are the owners. I filled out the application. There are a few things that I want to note. How does this?
We can turn it on, and then if you'd like to stand over whatever graphic you have, use the handheld microphone, please. When you just flip it around, looks like.
So there was a preliminary plat in 2000, and there were some notes for the fire services. One of them was to provide the hydrant, and I don't know 23 years ago if that hydrant was there. And the one at the bottom was to show how emergency access was going to be accomplished. Now, there's your hydrant, roughly a little more than 100 feet away from the house, and you do have the required access that's required by the IFC. Now, the county requirement of 900 gallons per minute, I haven't found that yet, but the NFPA 291 requires that 1 and 2 family residents, the minimum flow is not to be less than 500 gallons per minute at a 20 PSI residue pressure, and that hydrant needs to be within 600 feet of the residence. Well, this meets the NFPA. I don't know where the county is getting their 900 gallons per minute. So, and I'm not sure when the 2002 plat was done, how the fire sprinklers came into it. Now, there are 4 houses in the area. The 2 houses that were built 20 years ago, and you're right, you're asked, because I've been in that house, but that was one of the ones that was built 20 years ago. The 2 houses that were built 20 years ago have the fire sprinklers. The ones that were built within the last 5 years do not. And like I said, I don't know what the condition of this area was 20 years ago, but I know what it is now, and it looks like it meets the requirements of the IFC and the NFPA. So the question would be why, not only that, there are 2 fire stations, one's 5 miles away and one's 7.3 miles away. So my concern with you having a fire hydrant 100 feet away that's dishing out 840 gallons per minute, and having those 2 fire stations, one 5 miles away and one 7.3 miles away, if you put fire sprinklers in the house, I'd be more worried about my clients drowning than burning alive.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask the contractor question. Your home is going to be, is it 2-story or 3-story?
This home is a 2-story.
Do you remember what are the other homes, do you remember if they're 2 or 3-story? I can't remember.
I think there is at least one that is 3-story,
Okay.
but I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you.
You can look on that Google Maps if you want, the road view.
But the one I'm building is a 2-story residence. Now, as far as the hydrant flow test, the gauge was put on the hydrant that was at the subdivision.
So that is connected now.
I'm sorry?
That is connected to the water line.
Yes.
Like I said, I remembered, like I said, way back in the day that being a dry hydrant because there wasn't sufficient.
Well, I would imagine it would be from the requirements from the preliminary plat.
You might even find a pipe going through that property where you are, that pipe went out there into that lake, into the intercoastal. What I'm telling you, because I remember when they made that, there was not sufficient, supply water to feed a fire hydrant. There wasn't any in that whole area. And then later on, they came down and built that road, so. But as long as it's hooked up, that does help there. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you, Mr. Connor's comment was where I thought of this whole thing too. Have you talked to the other neighbors and the other property owners, or in fact, all of them, to see what their thoughts were about?
I know the head of the homeowners association, Bob Ritter, is okay with it. Now, I talked to, I met the neighbors in the house next to it that does have the sprinkler system. I don't know if he would be opposed to it or for it. I didn't ask. Originally, in the very beginning, I was told that none of these houses had sprinklers. And then when I was out there one day and I talked to the neighbor, I found out that 2 of them did and 2 of them didn't. As has already been stated, this isn't a code issue. It's not something that's necessarily required by Flagler County. The hydrant does meet the NFPA. There's not a real reason to have the sprinklers in the house. If it's not a code issue, it's not required by Flagler, and everything is meeting the NFPA. And you've already allowed 2 houses to be built in the last 5 years without them.
Yeah, shame on that building department. Again, I don't want to dominate
I feel like
this,
I'm being discriminated against now.
But when and I'm going to direct this more to Adam. Adam, when a person comes in with a plat, they're not required to give us strictly the minimum of what a code requires. So if somebody who did a development wants to go over and above whatever requirements are required, they're totally free to do that. They have to at least meet minimum standards, but there's nothing to stop somebody from putting in a plat additional standards. You can have the road wider if you want. You can have more fire hydrants than required. You can have more landscape. You can do whatever you want to do that's over and above. It is not like you have to build to the minimum and that's it. I am correct there, correct?
That is correct,
All
yes,
right.
sir.
So when this has been approved, and this is, I think, where Mr. Connor and I have the same thought maybe, that this was agreed to by the owners of this property. So how do we unilaterally pull that away from the other owners with a hearing asked by one? We don't even have any record of anyone, from like he was talking about the homeowners association, but, did they vote on it? And it was a unanimous vote. And I know that the commercial condo that I own, I need unanimous vote within my condo. This is within my rules, but it's a condo rules that I need unanimous vote to take away certain rights. So if I take a right away from somebody, I can't just do it with 66% or more. I have to do it unanimously. I can do other things, but if I take something away, I need more. For a plat, again, this is a legal document that they all, enjoined into, unlike, a building code. This plat survives all the owners. So if we take this away with just one owner, doesn't that invite anyone to come in on any plat anywhere and say, well, I want you to remove the rules on everybody in this plat because I don't like that particular thing, for whatever reason. Good, his reason may be very valid that that the fire thing doesn't technically meet it to the minimum standards, but then they say, well, look, the landscape code says you only need to have 1 tree per blah, blah, blah. They made us put 50 trees in. We're in the subdivision, but I don't like that now, so I want to get rid of all these trees. Whatever. So how do you justify taking it away from everyone because one person asked for it? That's what, Tim, is that where you're going with this thing too?
Well, it is, plus there's a more fundamental dynamic here, and that is that there are people who have bought into this area with a Bible, if you will, of what their neighbors are required to do and what they're required to do, and they have an expectation that is fixed in the plat as to what can happen. Now, I'm a neighbor living in this neighborhood. I look at this, I see 50-foot lots. I'm really not happy with that density. I don't want to build a $1 million home on the beach and worry about it burning down because my neighbor's house catches on fire or they don't keep their barbecue grill under control. But I feel safe in buying into this neighborhood because there's a criteria that everybody has a sprinkled house. And so that becomes a fundamental basis of the bargain for me when I buy into the neighborhood. And I don't think anybody can take that away unless I vote to allow it. I don't even think you can do it with a majority vote. I think everybody in the neighborhood needs to agree to amend the plat because that's the Bible. Now, if we were to change the plat when there was one house in here and everybody else coming in was going to be a new owner subject to the new rules, no harm, no foul. But that's not what we've got here. We've got this, all but 2 lots have been either built out or planned at this point. There's a lot of expectation built into this plat, and I just don't feel comfortable making a change on one person's request. And I'm not saying that the request isn't logical or even desirable. You know,
No,
I'm
I
not a fire
understand.
suppression expert. I don't know whether you've got good fire coverage here or not, and it's really an academic question. I just know that fundamentally it's built in, it's baked into the plan here, and I don't know how we can.
No, I understand. I understand that, but 20 years ago, when that plat was made, the sprinklers may have been required because of the lack of flow and the ability for the fire department to fight the fire. Well, 20 years later, a lot's changed.
Chair?
I think what he's
That's
saying.
not the point.
No,
though.
I understand that. I've been here a while, and I remember the utility and how it was run and operated back in those days. And I remember the utility wars, such as they were. And I remember the county picking up responsibility for improving that, and I think we've done a good job at that. And you flow tested the hydrant, and I don't doubt that your testing is accurate. I'm not saying anything to impinge that, nor am I saying that I have an opinion that you needs fire sprinklers in order to make these houses safe. What I'm saying is that there's neighbors that have bought in here that have that expectation, or at least at this point, I have to assume they do, and I can't unwind that from this chair without them coming before me too.
No, I understand. One comment I would like to make about the 13D fire sprinkler system, it is not to prevent the house from burning down. What the 13D system is meant to do is give the residents in the home basically a 10-minute head start to get out of the house. There's two options, a 13R and a 13D. The 13D is not going to save the house from the fire. So even if the rule stays in place, you still have the same argument. If the other houses have 13D, the fire's not going to stop. It's not going to stop the burning of the house. It's just to help the residents of the home get out.
Chair, I have,
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I guess, Tim, I could kind of agree with that, but I think the bigger issue we have, and I know that precedent shouldn't dictate what we do with other properties, but when we're talking about, like you mentioned, that I'm buying into this neighborhood because I know there's sprinkler systems and it will be protective. Well, we already know two of those don't.
I don't know how that occurred.
I agree with you there, yeah.
But I don't think that we can unwind the plat on one homeowner's application, even if everybody's in agreement, because they don't want to build sprinklers in the future. I think they all need to be here to say that.
Sure.
I'm not against doing what the request is. I just don't know how we can unwind a plat and amend it on a single lot owner's request. I'm just one vote, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, at this point, I would just say we punt it to another time because we're just talking circles at this point. I mean, it's just not making sense anymore. I understand it, and I agree completely with you on your analysis. So for us to even make a determination tonight just doesn't make sense. I would give the applicant time to go back to the community, get those other residents, if they all agree. Like you said, come in here or go before an attorney, get a written document saying that we're suspending this, we don't have it as a requirement, and then we can look at this. I mean, then we don't have to look at it.
Mr. Chairman, I might could offer something here, and that this is a bit precedential. And what I'm going to provide as the comment is that up until, I think it's been about 2 years ago, we had said any amendment to a plat addendum would be treated the same as a plat, with the same sanctity, the same idea that you would need that consent of all the landowners, including anyone, even your mortgage holders, the folks that are out there that have a financial interest in the property, which basically made it where it was impossible for you, maybe except for in a 8-lot subdivision, for you to be able to amend a plat addendum. And at that time, as I'm remembering about 2 years ago, may even been about 3 years ago now, the context was the eagle buffer around the eagle's nest that was in Palm Coast Plantation Unit 2. That was in a very similar plat addendum it was treated with that same sanctity as if, well, we cannot do this unless we get all those 100 owners or more to agree. And then we came back under the idea and a bit of an epiphany from our thinking, with advice from the county attorney at the time, who was the same county attorney, that came back and said, okay, you don't need to do that. We do not need that consent from all the landowners because we have a changing condition here effectively. The Eagle's Nest is no longer there. It's no longer appropriate to have a buffer from something that no longer exists. And that was a very similar situation, a single lot owner who was seeking relief without the consent of their neighbors. So I would say that there's a similar situation here where you had bad water before, better water now, maybe still not the best, but better water arguably than what had been there at the 2002 plat approval. And that now you have that situation where, like it or not, we had set that precedent. Again, maybe it's eagles and sprinklers that we're comparing here. But there is, I think, some similarity that we ought to at least know that's out there, where we had, in effect, amended a plat addendum without having that consent from those, the entirety of the owners and those having interest in the properties in order to make that change. Just for the record, I need to make sure it's well known.
If I remember that case, there was support of the neighbors in the area for it anyway, if I remember
Adjacent neighbors, not your 100%. And so we had the folks.
Do we have people that contested it? Because I remember.
No.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, so we had basically a justification, and we had and I don't remember that we amended the plat. I thought we just gave them a variance or something. I forgot. I thought that's what it was, but.
It had the same effect in the end, but in that case, the situation was. I would call it an impossibility or an absurdity. In this situation, the fire marshal is telling us we should honor this plat addendum. The 500 gallon per minute minimum is just that, and it varies depending on all sorts of circumstances, which I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in. I'm really not. But 500 would be the minimum. Our fire marshal is requesting that we honor it and keep it. That fire hydrants would need to meet a certain gallon per minute that apparently this one is not. But regardless of that, I can't, in my view, and I'm not the decision maker here, it will be the county commission, not you either. But if the fire marshal, who's the expert in this, is telling us to keep this in place, to me that carries a lot of weight. And that is separate from the issue of having the joinder of everyone. I do think you need a joinder if the situation is not. I view it differently than the Eagle situation, where the Eagle has left. The Eagle's no longer there. Now there's a fire hydrant. Apparently there's water in it, but the fire marshal is saying that's not good enough. We need sprinklers.
I think we should make a motion to move this to another date.
Yeah, I think you're asking for a continuance.
I'm asking for
I
continuance.
sort of agree.
I agree.
And I think that, Sean, I think to your point, though, maybe, again, you have some information from the fire marshal, who the applicant says, and I agree 100%, that they always err towards the most extreme. I mean, we heard one gentleman here talk about not wanting to put a pump near his house because he thought the whole house would burn down. I mean, that's a fire thing. They would encase everything in fire foam if you asked them to. But we also have not heard the other people affected by this, the other landowners. And, I agree, if that's your motion, I would definitely second it.
Would that include the ones that don't have them installed?
That you come back with the support of your, like you said, either a affidavit or something that shows where your neighbors stand on this to affect their change. And, because I don't know if you'd have the support tonight to get a approval.
Our hands are tied here. They really are.
Yeah, so my motion was for continuance.
I second that.
Mr. Moreland, do we need
to do a date certain?
Do we need to still entertain public comments?
Yes.
Okay. We'll let the applicant finish his remarks.
I'm sorry. Regarding the public comments, there were some notices put on the property for tonight. Is that what you're referring to, or
no?
Okay. The last thing I would like to add, at the last meeting, the fire marshal said access had nothing to do with it, that it was solely based on the fire hydrant being able to flow 900 gallons per minute. But according to this, and maybe he didn't see this, but according to this 2000 preliminary plat, yeah, access was an issue, along with the installation of the fire hydrant. And like I said, the minimum is 500 gallons. Right now it's at 840, and NFPA for that, the flow differs based on the building type. For single family and it's 500 gallons with a hydrant within 600 feet. I got the hydrant within 103 feet. It's flowing 840 gallons. And there are, the access meets the International Fire Code, so I don't know what else to.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Just get all the other
We have any
property owners
questions?
to understand that, and we'll be good.
Okay.
Once I do that, what's the next step? If I'm able to get the other property owners to agree to it.
We'll let you know in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Let us go through the process here. We'll now open it up to public comments. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on this agenda item? Seeing nobody approaching, we'll close public comments
Now we can.
and return to the board, and we will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, before you do that, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
We did provide public notice, and so we did notice adjacent property owners within 300 feet. So we would have gotten all 7 of the other owners within the subdivision did receive notice about this request.
Okay, thank you.
I understand that, but I want to dot our i's and cross our t's so we don't get reprimanded.
Well, I agree with that. Presumably, if there's no objection on the record with that being done, then it would be an easy task for us to return next meeting and have that kind of consensus. Yeah.
Okay, the board will entertain chairman will entertain a motion.
All right, I'm making a motion to move this topic to the next available date of the planning board.
March 11th, if you can.
March 11th,
Yes, sir.
please.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I just want to, for the applicant's sake, I think what we're asking for is that you come back, if you make an attempt to contact your neighbors to get their input. I think the lack of input is not as strong as actual positive input. And, we're basically going to continue the item at that point. So what we were most concerned of is that you were making the change without apparently the approval or the camaraderie of your other neighbors, of your other lot owners.
But your neighbors have been notified by the county. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 8, this is also quasi-judicial, requiring reporting any communication. Any member of the board have anything to report? Seeing none, we'll continue. This is project number 20241-20039, a request for a variance in the PUD Plan Unit Development District. Ms. Simone.
Thank you, Simone Kenny, planner. We're going to try to speed things up a little bit. This is 52 Los Lagos, located up in the Los Lagos at Matanzas Shores 1 subdivision. The future land use is mixed use, low intensity. The zoning is PUD. It is located in a special flood hazard, being flood zone AE. The soils are primarily Pomelo fine sands. It is not located within a wetland. The parcel is 50 feet by 133.5 feet, giving it a total square area of 6,675 feet. There's a 10-foot utility easement along the front property line and a 1-foot non-vehicular access easement along the rear property line. The permit for the pool was issued back in August and was based on a here we go, hand-drawn site plan on what was the foundation survey for the house. It was measured off exactly what you see off of that rear patio that had been approved by staff already. And then the applicant came back with the final survey showing that there was a 0.4-foot encroachment into the left side setback. And then it was revealed, this was the original foundation survey, and you can see that the 5-foot setback was measured to the edge of the house rather than the edge of the patio. And so that slight encroachment of the patio into the side setback was not noticed by staff. And that was where the contractor started to measure the pool from. The applicant provided these photos, the top from the elevation certificate when the foundation was poured, showing that slight encroachment into the side setback there. And then you can see the bottom photo where they had just measured off of that and ran with it with the pool. So again, this parcel is 6,675 square feet. It is lot 15, Los Lagos. The request is for a 0.4-foot left side west setback variance for a pool and pool deck. The measurements were based on an existing foundation survey that had been approved by staff. And the requested relief is 2.1 inches over the threshold to have qualified for an administrative variance. This is an after-the-fact variance request, and no comments or objections have been received. I'll try to breeze through our new requirement to read in the report into the record. There are no particularly extraordinary exceptional conditions that affect the subject parcel. It's very similar to the other lots in Los Lagos. However, the encroachment from the patio was existing prior to the pool, and that's what was measured off of for the pool. Everyone involved, including the contractor and homeowner, are all assumed to have acted at all times in good faith. The pool contractor would not have knowingly increased the size of the pool deck. And then the side setbacks are so tight that there's really no margin for error. The variance would not cause substantial detriment to the public health, welfare, safety, and morals of the community or impair the purpose and intent of this article. And pools are a permitted use within the Los Lagos at Matanzas Shores subdivision. And finally, this is the minimum variance needed to alleviate the hardship. So your options as the board are to find that all the variance criteria have been met and approved the project for a 0.4-foot left west side yard setback variance from the minimum required 5-foot side yard setback at 52 Los Lagos Boulevard, or you could find that all the variance criteria have not been met and therefore deny the project, or you could determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. And with that, I will close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit my report for the record.
Thank you,
I have a
ma'am.
question.
Yes, sir.
The 2 inches, what percentage is there? Give and
Our
take usually
administrative
where there is-
variance is if you're less than 5% into the side setback.
5%.
Yeah.
So if we were a 10-foot setback, we'd be de minimis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a comment. Adam, I think you should take notes from Simone. She did it much quicker than you, buddy.
All right, we'll ask the applicant to come forward if they wish to make a statement. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Nick Mayville at 52 Los Lagos Boulevard. I don't really have much to add to that other than we do have a fence completely surrounding the area, so it can't be seen. And as you can kind of see on this survey, there's no real way to see that it was over unless you kind of held a magnifying glass to it. You can kind of see the dashed line that kind of cuts through it, but we didn't try to go over the setback whatsoever. So I'll leave it to any questions you guys might have.
Thank you, sir. We have any questions for him?
I'll make a motion.
Well, hang on.
We have to have public comment? Oh, okay, I'm just.
We'll open it up to public comments. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing no one approach, we'll close public comments and go to the board.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah, I want to make a motion.
Go ahead, you make a motion.
I want to make a motion that we did find that it meets all the criteria, and I propose I am asking for the approval, the variance to be approved.
We have a motion,
I'll second it.
and we have a second. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item, item number 9 on the agenda. This is also quasi-judicial. Does anyone on the board have anything to report? No. This is project number 2024120040, a request for a variance in the R1B Urban Single Family Residential District. Ms. Simone.
Thank you. This property is located at 26 Rollins Dunes Drive. It is Lot 7 of the Rollins Dunes subdivision. The future land use is residential low density. The zoning is R1B, urban single family residential. It is located in a flood zone, being in flood zone AE. The soils are primarily favoritic clay, There are no wetlands on the property. Again, this is lot 17 of the Rollins Dunes subdivision. It is about 133 feet wide, 104 feet deep on the west side, and 84 feet deep on the east side due to that cut-in from the cul-de-sac. And the overall area is about 11,274 square feet. There is a 10-foot pedestrian access and utility easement on the east side, a 15-foot drainage easement along the rear property line, and a 7.5-foot drainage and utility easement along the west property line. The underlying site plan that you can see here underneath the hand-drawn notations was submitted as part of a building permit application and was approved back in December. The site plan cuts off that, it's reversed, so north is to the bottom, that northeast corner, in order to meet that minimum required 25-foot setback from the front property line that's pushed forward because of the cul-de-sac. And so the permit was issued. However, construction has not begun yet, and the applicant has come back requesting a variance to then square off that corner of the house, which results in a 4-foot encroachment of that corner into the front setback. So again, this property is just over 11,000 square feet, lot 17 of the Rollins Dunes subdivision. The request is for a 4-foot front north yard setback for a house to square off that front quarter. The house currently has an active permit. This is a before-the-fact variance request, requesting the variance before they started construction, and no comments or objections have been received. In terms of variance criteria, the subject parcel is unique in shape due to the cutout for the cul-de-sac at the end of Rollins Dunes Drive. The cutout results in the left east side property line being approximately 20 feet shorter than the right west property line, which does increase the difficulty of accommodating that required front setback. The single family home had been permitted with that northeast corner cut off in order to accommodate the setback requirements, and the applicant applied for a variance prior to submitting a revision to the approved permit, and the applicants have acted at all times in good faith. Provided that none of the neighbors express any concern or opposition, of which they have not so far, staff will assume that requested variance will have minimal impact on the neighborhood, and a single-family dwelling is a permitted use in the R1B district. And staff found that the requested variance is the minimum relief necessary to alleviate the hardship. So your options as the board are to find that all the variance criteria as listed have been met and therefore approve the project for a 4-foot front north yard setback variance from the minimum required 25-foot front yard setback at 26 Rollins Dunes Drive, or you can find that all the variance criteria as listed have not been met and therefore deny the project, or you could determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. And with that, I will close out awaiting any questions or comments from the board and submit my report for the record.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody on the board have a question for staff?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Why do we measure that dimension the way we have? You've got it measured as a tangent to the arc on the cul-de-sac rather than from the plane of the front of the house. If we brought that line down perpendicular to the house, wouldn't we have a 25-foot setback?
I believe, and I could be corrected, that we measure from the closest part of the house
So
to
you
the
do
property
a
line.
sweep from the corner and then hit the closest point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way you always do it?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, if the applicant's present and wishes to come forward, if you would state your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Roy Waldhauer with By the Shore Homes Incorporated. I wanted to just kind of give a synopsis of kind of how we got here. Mr. Connor, that is how I have always interpreted it as well. It's the closest point, and as you arc that, it isn't necessarily any perpendicular lines, it's the closest point. So we understood that. So I met the homeowners probably 2 years ago, and they actually did make it tonight. They're present, so if there's any questions there too, they were more than willing to talk. Approximately 2 years ago, we met and discussed the possibility of building a home on this unique lot, and we had talked about them talking with an architect, and they went and met with that architect at that time without me, and ultimately came back a year later, so a year ago, with a house plan and said, this is what we'd like to build. The architect did his typical routine where you plot the lot, you get your setbacks and so forth. I think a couple different things happened here. In the back of the lot, it clearly stated a 15-foot drainage easement, and it didn't really spell out a 20-foot setback, which probably everyone should have known about. But the original design was set to be up against the easement on the rear and also the right-hand side, which is a 7.5-foot easement instead of your typical 5. Usually on the right-hand side, you'd have a 5-foot easement with a 7.5-foot setback. So it was designed to be up against the right-hand side and the rear. We then had it plotted, through the survey company. We submitted it to the building department. They came back and realized it was a 20-foot rear yard setback, so we were able to move it forward. And I think we changed the back porch from 12 feet to 10 feet, made other revisions, then found out that the house overhang couldn't be over the easement, which is kind of an unusual situation too, because again, the easement was bigger. So again, we had to move the house to the left, to the east. In doing so, we realized then that we no longer met the setback in the front, so we bobbed off that corner. This was actually done without the homeowner's knowledge. And so it was then resubmitted to the building department to be then ultimately approved as it sat with the bobbed off corner. We had the conversation then with the homeowner about what we had to change in order to get the permit. And they were immediately opposed to that bobbed off corner. That's just been, because that then reflects to the inside of the home. And the second floor is their great room, if you will. And next thing you know, you've got a really weird corner on the inside of the home, as well as changing the aesthetics to the home on the front. We discussed the options. We went ahead and finalized the permit so that we could basically clear the lot and fill the lot, so that the lot is cleared and filled right now, but no construction other than that has been taking place. So the lot has the ability to accept the new dirt and compact itself properly. So the idea here would be that we would like to see the corner. We had a couple of options. We could have asked for the house to be pushed back to the rear because there's the lake I forget what community it is, but there's a park back there at the end of Bay Street. And it's
Bay Street Park.
There you go. So no one lives there. So it's like, okay, well, do you push it back so you're not encroaching on the front? Staff had pointed out at one point that you're better off getting a variance to the setbacks than to easements, where if we pushed it over to the right, we wouldn't worry about. But again, now you're messing with easements, which aren't easy to do. So then the other question was, do we do 2 feet to the back, 2 feet to the front? ultimately, with staff's recommendation, I think this was the least of the issues. Square footage wise, we're really only asking for about 15 square feet of, space over. If you look at the setback, the 22 and the 25.36, the 22 is my handwritten using a scale, and technically I only need 3 feet of variance, and that's pretty much what it's going to be. But again, talking with staff, I'm like, look, I'm going to ask for 4 because I don't want to come back here in a year and go on 6 inches over what they gave me. So I really only need 3, but I'm asking for 4. So I hope you can see where we're at here. It is a unique lot. It definitely created a difference. The homeowners have been working on this for 2 years now, and what was permitted is not really what they wanted. So I leave it to you if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
2 questions. One, you mentioned 15 square feet, right? You're not exceeding any of the impervious or the far, yeah, okay. I didn't think so. Also, is there room on this property for a pool?
Not a good one. I can get creative, and yeah, I could put one to the east right in front of the septic. Yeah, I could get creative. Not really in the back right because the easement, same thing, the setback for a pool is different than the house. So the 20 feet to the rear of the house is one thing, but the easement I can't mess with. So therefore, again, there's not much room in that back right corner. So I could get something really small. I'd probably, if I would have to talk with the homeowners about going back to the health department and maybe pushing that septic further back or further forward. If that was ever a thought, honestly, a pool never came up in conversations, oddly enough, and I build pools, so.
Right.
No,
I'm just, we already, we see we have pool variances, and while you're doing this and you're in a tight lot, if that was something you would consider now, then we won't have to see you again in 5 years or whatever.
I don't see where anything that we're really asking for changes that. By getting that front area changed, it's not still giving me enough room in the back because of this easement, not because of setbacks.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir. This time we'll open it to public comments. Anybody from the public wishing to make a comment on this item? Seeing no one approach, we'll close public comments and go to the board. What's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion to approve the easement of the setback.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
You did find that it meets all the criteria, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Item number 10, this is also quasi-judicial. Anybody have anything to report? Okay, this is project number 2024-120054, request for a variance in the PUD Plan Unit Development District. Ms. Simone.
Thank you. The address of this project is 258 Sterling Bridge Drive. It is located in the Plantation Bay, Section 2A through F, Unit 6 subdivision. I believe that's Westlake. Is that right? Westlake. The future land use is mixed use, low intensity. The zoning is PUD. There is no particular flood hazard being in flood zone X. The soils are primarily Smyrna fine sands. There are no wetlands on the property. There are wetlands to the rear, which is all in, I believe it's tract F common area in the PUD. So again, this is lot 13 of Plantation Bay, Section 2AF, Unit 6. It's about 82 feet wide, 130 feet deep on the west property line, and 131.4 feet deep on the east property line, making it slightly irregular in size.
Not a parallel.
The variance request is to put a pool in the rear and square it off with the house. However, because the west property line is 1.4 feet shorter than the east, this results in a 1.4 foot encroachment into the rear setback only on that west side there. And this is just a picture of the pool plans. So you can see that it's in line with the house, squared off, and regular all the way through. So to summarize, the property is about 10,530 square feet, Lot 13, Plantation Bay, Section 2AF, Unit 6. The request is for a 1.5-foot rear north yard setback for a pool and pool deck. The house currently has an active permit and is under construction. The HOA has approved this variance request. It is before the fact, prior to construction of the pool, and no comments or objections have been received. In terms of the variance criteria, we found that the size of the single-family dwelling compared to the size of the lot leaves very little room for error. Additionally, the west property line is 1.4 feet shorter than the right side, creating a unique condition as opposed to the other lots. This is a before-the-fact variance request submitted prior to building permit application, and the applicants have acted at all times in good faith. The variance would not cause substantial detriment to the public health, welfare, safety, and morals of the community or impair the purpose and intent of this article. Again, that property to the north that abuts the setback in question is common area. And again, the applicant has received approval from the Westlake at Plantation Bay Property Owners Association. Pools are a permitted use in the subdivision, and the requested variance is the minimum relief necessary to alleviate the hardship. So your options as the board are to find that all the variance criteria as listed have been met and therefore approve the project for a 1.5-foot rear north yard setback variance from the minimum required 5-foot rear yard setback at 258 Sterling Bridge Drive, or you can find that all the variance criteria have not been met and therefore deny the project. Or you could determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. With that, I will close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit my report for the record.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for staff? We'd like to invite the applicant to come forward and make a statement if they wish. If you would, state your name for the record.
Lenny San Clemente with ICI Homes, and actually, I don't really have anything else to say, so just for the record.
Questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay. We'll open this up to the public for public comments. Anyone wishing to come forward and comment on this item? Seeing nobody approach, we'll close public comments and go to the board. What's your pleasure, gentlemen?
I make a motion to approve the request for variance in the PUD planned urban development, yeah.
Okay,
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'm asking, did it meet all the criteria?
It did meet all the criteria,
Thank
yeah.
you.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 11 is also quasi judicial. Anyone have any reports to make on this item? This is project number 20241200055, a request for a variance in the C2 General Commercial and Shopping Center District. Ms. Simone.
Thank you. This request is located at 325 Old Brick Road, just kind of down the road. It is owned and is located next to the Garden of Faith Church, located in that area. The future land use is mixed use, high intensity. The zoning is C2 General Commercial and Shopping Center. It is not located in a special flood hazard, being in flood zone X. The soils are primarily fine sands, and there are no wetlands on the property. The property has a residential use. It has a single-family dwelling and accessory dwelling unit. It's described as a portion of the southwesterly corner of the south half of Tract 10, Block A, Section 12, Township 12 South, Range 30 East of the Bunnell Development Company subdivision. This single-family dwelling and accessory structure date back, we believe, to 1958 and 1960, according to the property appraiser's records. These are actually the only permitted uses on this property, as it's an undersized lot of record, despite it being zoned C2. And with lots of records, again, the only permitted use is for a single-family residential dwelling. The accessory structure is currently non-conforming as it's only 1.3 feet from the east property line. While lots of record have setback relief for the primary structure, these do not apply to the accessory structures. Additionally, because the property to the east, on the right-hand side there, is of a similar size and shape, also has a residential use. It has a single-family home on it, and it is also zoned C2. However, because it is a residential use, despite being zoned commercial, the east side setback requirement increases from the normal 10 feet in the C2 district to 35 feet. And again, there's no optional relief through the lot of record section of our land development code. The owner was issued a notice of violation for unpermitted work for expanding the roof of the accessory structure. That's what's highlighted in yellow there. And then because our code prohibits the expansion of non-conforming uses, they had to come here to get a variance so that we can issue a permit so that we can close out the code case. Again, this property is about, it's under 10,000 square feet, making it a lot of record in the C2 district. I won't read that description again. It is a lot of record. The minimum required side setback for an accessory structure on a C2 property adjacent to a residential land use is 35 feet. Again, there's no relief provided from the code. The roofed area was expanded by 8.1 by 14.1 feet. And then again, the variance request was triggered by a notice of violation for unpermitted work, and no comments or objections have been received. So your option, going back to our variance criteria, the subject parcel is a lot of record, having been split dating back prior to the adoption of the Land Development Code in 1991 and being undersized for the district. Again, we believe these structures date back to 1958 and 1960 or 1978. The property was purchased with the accessory structure in its non-conforming location. Again, the applicant was issued a notice of violation for unpermitted work for updating the structure. While renovations of non-conforming structures can be permitted if the cost is less than 50%, which we believe in this case would have been, the applicant did slightly expand the roofed area, which prompted the need for the variance. The accessory structure has been in its current location since 1978, according to the property appraiser's records. Updating the structure would improve the safety of the structure. The roofed porch expansion on the west side is on the west side away from that east property line where it's encroaching, and we found that the variance would not cause substantial detriment to the public health, welfare, safety, and morals of the community or impair the purpose and intent of this article. Single-family dwellings and their accessory uses are permitted on lots of record. And we found that the requested variance is the minimum relief necessary to alleviate the hardship. So your options as the board are to find that all the variance criteria as listed have been met and therefore approve the project for a 33.7 foot right east side yard setback variance from the minimum required 35 foot side yard setback at 325 Old Brick Road. Or you can find that all the variance criteria as listed have not been met and therefore deny the project. Or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. And with that, I will close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit my report for the record.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for staff?
I have one. So we're not doing anything about the expansion he did. That's really not our concern. We're worried about this side variant. Okay, all right.
So he doesn't require the variance for the expansion. That just triggered a code case. The code case can't be closed out until a permit is issued. A permit cannot be issued until the nonconformity of the side setback
Gotcha.
is
Thank you.
fixed.
Thank you, ma'am. Does the applicant wish to come forward and make a statement?
You don't have
You don't have to if you don't want to. It's up to you. Okay, we'll open it to public comments then. Anybody from the public? Seeing none, we'll close public comments and go to the board.
I just want to make it clear to what Ron was saying. We are just approving the 1.3 because this roof was put on there. When we approve that, does that mean that the structure that he put on the extra work will be just permitted or whatever? Is that what that?
Yeah.
It will enable him to submit a building permit application.
Okay. So if he decides to tear this down one day and rebuild it,
He would have to conform.
50% or more, right?
Might have to, no, he wouldn't have to conform. It has to be 50% or more. Yeah.
If the variance is granted, he could rebuild that accessory structure in the same spot.
He can.
He
can.
He would be able to.
Okay.
Okay, the board will entertain a motion.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
I make a motion to approve, and that we found all criteria met.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 12 on the agenda, legislative item not requiring any disclosure. Review of the airport zoning ordinance. Mr. Mingle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see what we got here. My final used car of the evening to sell you is our airport zoning. And we had a bit of a preamble maybe for me to state into the record. Mr. Moylan and I were reviewing statute, and this has been a bit of a work in progress with us, as you can imagine. This statute's been out there since 2016, but I've read it probably 36 times and continue to find new parts with this. We had, to give you a little bit of history, we started talking about this in 2017 with staff. At the time, we thought we had a good handle on it. There are two options as you approach this airport zoning. You can adopt it and then have each municipality that has land underneath these various zones adopt the same ordinance through an interlocal agreement, or you can form a joint airport board. And the staff at the time had said, let's follow the interlocal route, where we would adopt a single ordinance that, for all intents and purposes, required by the statute to protect your airspace, protect the public investment in your airport. And that's what these things do, this airport zoning regulation. It seems like maybe a bit of a misnomer because you look at it and the public looks at it and says, this is something more than what I think it is. This is going to make it where the flight schools will not fly over my home. This will make it where I'll have noise restrictions that will extend out well into the neighborhoods. This will bring peace to what is currently not peaceful, and unfortunately it does none of that. This has aspects that are related to height and to noise, admittedly, but in the context of the air operations in the direct vicinity of the airport itself. One consideration that we were talking about in the sidebar, and the point that I wanted to raise into the record, was that there is a requirement in statute that the Airport Zoning Commission be established by the political subdivision, by the county commission, and consider the draft ordinance, consider the land use regulations, consider the zones. And what I'm intending here is that while the planning board has not been designated as this airport zoning commission for purposes of this review, I intend to present to the Board of County Commissioners after your review of this draft the designation by the board retroactively of the planning board as the airport zoning commission to provide this recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners.
Do we get paid extra for being on that board?
No, still nothing more, but it's good to ask. And let me read directly from the statute of what would be asked of you under this airport zoning commission. What you would be to do, and not unlike your role in many other things that you have already, again without pay, is to recommend the boundaries of the various zones to be established and the regulations to be adopted therefore. and these specifically under the context of airport zoning regulations. The considerations that are here, and I'll read these very quickly to you also, that the airport zoning regulations, according to statute, are to have a reasonableness criteria. And the point that I thought that was good here that I read, let me see if I can find it here again. In determining what regulations it may adopt, each political subdivision and joint airport zoning board, which we will not pursue, shall consider, among other things, the character of the flying operations expected to be conducted at the airport, the nature of the terrain within the airport hazard area and runway protection zones, the character of the neighborhood, the uses to which the property to be zoned is put and adaptable, and the impact of any new use, activity, or construction on the airport's operating capability and capacity. There is one consideration here that's mentioned specific to height restrictions that I wanted to raise. And what it says in the statute is specifically construction in a runway protection zone, which we'll discuss in just a few moments, which does not exceed airspace height restrictions, is not conclusive that such use, activity, or construction is compatible with airport operations. So one of the things there, height alone doesn't link up to compatibility. There are certain uses that are listed in the statute that are outright prohibited, residential uses within certain areas proximate to the airport operations, landfills, to the aspect that they act as bird attractants. And so if you think also intuitively, typically those water bodies, those marsh areas that go along with that, those uses as well. So the idea here, the theory that I have here is that, and I'm going to try my level best to convince the Board of County Commissioners that this review that you are conducting now would meet the requirements of the Airport Zoning Commission that's established in statute, and hopefully have the board then follow that logic. Should you choose to recommend adoption with changes, or that we do not adopt the airport zoning ordinance. I mentioned some of this already. There are two zones that are created by this model ordinance that we've presented to you for your recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. There's an airport height notification zone and airport overflight zone. The height notification zone regulates that height of structures and objects of natural growth, that's how it refers to it, in areas lying beneath the primary approach, transitional, horizontal, and conical surfaces. All of these surfaces, if you can imagine, are areas that extend out horizontally, but also with a vertical dimension from the airport itself. And so there's an aspect of not just if you were two-dimensional, if you were looking down, it's not just the horizontal, it's also got these and that's why they call them surfaces, is because they have this implication of height because of the idea that the air operations come in, and then as they get closer to the airport, greater proximity, those airplanes then are their elevation in relation to the ground is getting lower. And so that all that's spelled out in 14 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 77. The overflight zone is identified specifically as two parts: runway protection zone and the airport noise zone. The airport noise zone is identified as a 65-day night limit measurement. It is in decibels. And as we've been required to provide it, that entirety of that 65 DNL limit must fall within the airport's property itself. And we do have that presently on our airport. If it extends beyond, then there's other considerations that you have, and that's problematic for most airports. But in our situation, that 65 DNL does fall completely within the airport boundary. As I mentioned, the prohibited uses, new residential, educational uses, landfill development, things also that you'd expect, congregation uses, churches, things like that, group homes, hospitals, those are all discouraged within certain zones that are here. To give you a graphic on what I'm mentioning with the surfaces, this was pulled out of the guidance manual that the Aviation Office with Florida Department of Transportation had put out, that they had provided as recent as last year, the model ordinance and this guidance document that I think I referenced in the staff report for you all. And so proximate to each of the runways on each end, you'll have these limits of primary surface, which is the runway itself, Then extending outward from there, not only a runway protection zone, but also then your approach surface. That's where you have those active air operations happening within that red area that you see here. And then you have a horizontal surface that it has an elevation but extends outward at that same elevation, conical then lifting up on the ends from that horizontal. The greatest of these as far as its reach is the conical you'll see in a moment, but then you also do have a transitional surface here that for us right now extends outward in a westerly, much further beyond what we believe will be the ultimate extent. We had Roy Seeger at our workshop meeting that we had a day ago, where he had talked about the new airport master plan that's going, it's underway very shortly, that will have no longer have an instrument approach. We had, right now, we anticipate an instrument approach to have been approved. We have that in our layout plan. We will not have that, so that transitional surface will decrease. You'll see what I'm talking about in just a moment. So as these things are defined in the Code of Federal Regulations, horizontal surface, flat plane extending 150 feet above the airport, encompassing a larger area for larger runways. Conical surface, outward sloping zone from the horizontal surface, providing additional clearance. Primary surface, centered area along the runway extending slightly beyond each end. Width varies based on the runway type and approach procedures. Approach surface, an extended area beyond the runway end, ensuring a clear path for landing aircraft. The width and length depend on the approach precision, whether visual or instrument. Precision runways have much larger approach surfaces. So that key part there, maybe it's counterintuitive. If you have an instrument or precision runway, larger approach surface. Transitional surfaces, sloped areas connecting the other surfaces, ensuring a smooth transition between them. So this is how it looks right now for us in our situation. And so in that elongation off to the west side, based on our current layout, current master plan, the extent of the two primary runway, the primary runway being 1129, and then you have your other runway, your secondary runway then being a little less in its extent. But you see how that does not have that larger transitional area that extends out to the westward. And so what would happen here, as Mr. Seeger had presented, is that once we remove that instrument runway consideration from the layout plan, that whole west end, that west rectangle on this one, would end up dropping out. That whole combination between the approach and the transitional area would decrease, would pull into the east. It would be a lesser area. You can see there the horizontal surface, and then above the horizontal is your conical, the reach of these. And if you can imagine what we're having here underneath these parcels is a substantial area of Palm Coast that's underneath this, some areas of Bunnell that are to the west, both within the conical and the horizontal surfaces, but then also definitely within that transitional area. And then you're also picking up quite a bit of unincorporated with that west extent right now. On the east side, wanted to point out to you that you can see the proximity to John Anderson Highway. At present, there would not be a requirement for Flagler Beach to be included within this regulatory framework, where right now it would be Flagler County, Palm Coast, and the city of Bunnell. But look at what you have there on that west end where Colbert Lane comes into Moody Boulevard. If Aranda Bay and that west portion lying west of John Anderson does annex into the city of Flagler Beach would need to be included with this also. It's just picking up just that outside edge within that horizontal and conical surface that would make them subject to these regulations as well. In the inset down to the right-hand side, you'll see the detail, and what that's showing in its dashed lines, if you can see it, the dashed lines are the limits of the airport property itself, and then inside of that dashed line, the darker line, and I'll show you, I've got a separate graphic that shows this, that is the noise contour line, that's 65 DNL limit. What that's showing more than anything else is that 65 DNL is entirely within the limits of the airport property. And so that's good for us. That's what we want to see. That's the objective in all of this regulatory framework, is to be able to have that noise limit within those limits. So what I've done here with the next maps, and then with the help of our GIS department, is to take each each one of these and pull them out separately so you can see what each one of these surfaces look like in relation to the airport itself. So here's that horizontal surface and the extent that it presents based on the runways, based on our airport master plan that we have presently adopted. This is what that horizontal looks like. A horizontal zone looks like as far as its extent of the reach of that over those underlying parcels that are below it. So you can see we're not quite to US 1 on the west side, not quite to Colbert Lane on the east side, just right at Royal Palms on its north end, and then you can see Seminole Woods and development then to the south. That we're not quite reaching that. So again, that's that 150-foot high that basically is a flat surface, but then extends out to those limits that are shown here. This is a conical, and so very much the same, but bigger. So you've got just those extra outside edges that are happening with this, again, here, and then just a little bit bigger. Those outside edges are the ones that then move up and that have some aspect to height at its outside edges that give you that those extent. Then you have Colbert Lane picked up here on this one. You have US 1 on this one. So this is the fullest extent in the zones from the airport, with the exception of that transitional area that runs out to the west. Our primary runways themselves, this is the extent of that primary zone. This is your active air area. This does also show your water runway that you have on Gore Lake. And then our approach zones, and that's picking up that west side right now because of the anticipated and what we have in our airport master plan right now, and assuming an instrument approach. That's your coming in on your 29 runway, coming in for your landing operation there. And so that you have that on that west side. That's why that extends out as far as it does. When that instrument approach is eliminated from the new master plan, that approach zone is going to be decreased significantly to the east, and will be more than half of what it is shown here. Transitional being those areas on the side of the approach. Again, doing just what it says, acting as a transitional area, and those transitional areas then do go up with some vertical aspects, and then lead back down to that transitional zone, to the approach zone. And then all of these having that height implication, and believe I've stated this correctly, that Part 77 would have us at 100-to-1 notification surface extending out from the runways. This would give you an idea of as an example of when we would need the notice of obstruction, and then likewise, if work's going in within these areas, within those zones, but it's temporary work, temporary nature, something like a building construction that has a crane that's involved, that would result in the issuance of a notice to airmen that would tell the pilot that there is a temporary obstruction present within the airspace that they need to be aware of. And so that we had that in the past for a work on cell towers at FPC as the example. The tilt-up construction at I think at BJ's and also at Tractor Supply required notices to be issued to the airmen, and had temporary allowances made for the obstruction, temporary obstruction within the airspace. So this gives you some idea. Not all of these are permanent permits, but certainly your cell towers, and then even the objects, the natural objects, however it refers to it, your trees that are there that are within the vicinity that are allowed to provide to reduce the vertical clearance in these zones. The runway protection area is that area on the ends of each of these. This is that part that talks about that last overlay zone that I talked about, the one that relies on runway protection and on noise. And so you have these areas, for the most part, showing up within our limits of our property at the south end. That parcel where you can see the Gore Lake protection zone, that extends out. That is a county parcel. At its northwest corner here that you see on the right hand, or northeast on the right-hand side, that extent then at the south end, I think is the wetland area for BJ's. And then at its other corner is part of an industrial plat, so that for the most part, these zones, this runway protection zone falls within the limits of the airport property itself. And then this is that detail of that 65 DNL that we have that's shown on the larger graphic that I showed. This is what it looks like here. It's entirely within the property, which is what we expect it to be. Between these two, between the runway protection and the noise zone, those are the most restrictive categories. These are the categories that restrict the residential, the educational uses, and the landfill development within these particular areas. One question that came up several months ago from our Board of County Commissioners was what's referred to, I think it's a Part 177, apologies for not getting the correct reference there, but a specific noise study. Maybe it's Part 150 now that I'm thinking about it, Part 150, I believe. There's a noise study requirement that's out there that's mentioned in the statute that says, okay, you either do this noise study or you could have another noise study that was completed under an environmental assessment that was based on the extent of your runways that would serve in lieu of the FAA required noise study until and unless you have that separate noise study completed. This 65 DNL limit that you see here is based on, I believe, a 2008 noise study that was submitted as part of an environmental assessment for us at the time of our runway expansion and was deemed to meet the requirement for the other noise study that doesn't meet the full Code of Federal Regulations requirement, but was accepted by FAA as a noise study meeting the other noise study requirement. The reason why I'm giving you that much of an intro to that is that the statute reads in Chapter 333 that if you don't have that noise study done, and there was some debate at our commission about whether or not we had a noise study that met these requirements. We believe this one does. It has not been disputed that this study that was completed in 2008 does meet that requirement. If you didn't have it, then you would have to have a zone drawn that would be equal to half the distance of your longest runway off of the ends of each of your runways. And so not only your primary, but also your secondary. And so one of the graphics that we wanted to have prepared was a graphic that showed what that looked like. And so got a little confusing for us yesterday. We had this graphic done because this was showing the what if we hadn't had this done. And so this is the 65 DNL noise study that was accepted by FAA. This would be if we didn't have that noise study in place. And so this would be the default position that's in the statute. This extends out. This is what is referred to then as a residential construction, residential and educational facility construction restriction zone. Would also arguably include landfills within this area. This is for informational purposes only. This isn't needed because we have that noise study that was accepted before. So this graphic applies. This one does not, but we included it just for reference because we wanted to show what if. What if we didn't have this? It would look like this. So one of the things we also wanted to present to the board and share with you as well, and so what are we talking about right now? That's the limits underneath that big graphic that I showed you with all of those zones all together. So there's 16,120 total parcels that are affected by at least one of the zones. If you took these and added these up, these wouldn't all sum to 16,120. I just put in some of the high points that I wanted to make sure you knew. 9,495 of these parcels are coded as single family. 46 of these are manufactured homes. 3,450 parcels are vacant. 278 are municipal. 121 are county in the classifications. We have 454 that are referred to as drop lots. The 442 that are multifamily less than 10 units, 6 are multifamily of greater than 10 units that fall within one of these zones. 21 parcels are churches, and then 4 parcels are homes for the aged. So that gives you an idea of kind of the mix that you have. You have others that are here. There's others that are condominium classified, some that are definitely quite a few that are commercial. But that gives you an idea of what you're facing within these zones that are shown now. Certainly we're affected by it. Certainly some of the municipalities are affected by it as well. On the east side of the airport, you probably, those who know, east of Seminole Woods Parkway, is the City of Flagler Beach's water plant that falls into these zones. And so while there isn't part of the city limits itself for City of Flagler Beach, city facilities are present within the zone, just something for us to keep in mind. So those parcels then, and population estimates that correspond with those parcels, Some 10,686 people would be within the horizontal zone. 23,000 would be within the conical zone. We are still having, and I think it's an anomaly, the primary zone and the noise zone is showing 5 people. I don't know what that's picking up. We needed to go back and look at that more. We hadn't had a chance yet to do that. I think there's some kind of anomaly that's hitting there where there's a house but not a house, or maybe 2 houses, but there should be none because those are the areas that are within the airport zone itself. I needed to talk with Mr. Seeger to see if he has a rental operation.
Isn't there a house on that, I forgot the name of the road, but I built a hangar on it. And it's
thought that.
opposite. It's across the street from where AT&T is, and right in there, there's a house.
I thought that, Old Moody,
yeah.
and so we thought that, and that may be what's being picked up, but with the graphics that we had, those should be excluded also, because that's actually outside the boundary. And so I thought that, and that's what I stammered and tried to tell the board yesterday. But I think now, I don't know if there's even an occupied home that's left there anymore, because we've had a very recent
It's some
request.
homeless encampment it's picking up.
That's probably what it is, actually. You're probably right. 4,188 in the approach zone, 3,487 in the transitional zone, and luckily none in the runway protection zone. So the one thing I can say that with certainty here is that we got the number right within the runway protection zone. Tough crowd. So here again is that graphic. This is what it looks like then with all of those zones superimposed all together. I presented to the board yesterday the idea that I'm hesitant to say this is the map. We do want to do some error testing, make sure we've got this shown correctly. The statute does call for us to adopt a airport zoning map series that's there. It's something I was hesitant on trying to do. I actually talked against it yesterday because I want to use the GIS for what it is. I envision this as maybe being some kind of lookup that you would do on our website, where if you're wanting to know, am I affected by this, I could go and put in my address, and then what it would do is it would tell me, your property is within the horizontal zone and the conical zone and the approach zone. The idea is that there are multiple zones that may overlap here with this, and the statute says the most restrictive height zone that applies is the one that applies to you. And so you can imagine you have 2 or 3 of these that are here. Well, the horizontal is 150, the conical comes up with, and so by the time you get done, the one that's the most restrictive as far as your height is the one that applies to whatever use you're intending to provide on the property. I still see that, I think, as my end goal is I would want to see this having a tool that you'd be able to go and type your address in and you'd be able to get this report back that tells you, yes, you're subject to this. Here's your height restriction under the horizontal. Here's your height restriction under the conical. Estimated. Here's your height restriction under the approach. All of these would be based on your GPS coordinates for your center point at the parcel, and then based on what we estimate that extent of the vertical reach would be, is why I envision this as. With all that, and hoping that you would act as the Airport Zoning Commission on this action, we would look for your recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to adopt the Flagler County Airport zoning regulations, adopt it with changes as you make your recommendations, or to not adopt these regulations. You can also continue your review with the assumption that we need some additional information. I will acknowledge for the record, we've got this thing advertised for first reading on March 3rd, second reading by the Board of County Commissioners and adoption March 17th. And so we do have that notice that's already out there. And there is quite a bit of push on the part of the board to have this completed fairly quickly. And so with that, I'll close. I do want to hear your feedback on this and on the uses that I mentioned very quickly, the residential, educational uses, landfill, those that are specifically excluded. If you have any other considerations, you want to have some specific talks, we can make these things bigger if we want to. Making the smaller is problematic because this is the minimum that's required within the Code of Federal Regulations. Thank you.
All right, so, because I understand what you presented, and I'm getting past my point of no return. What is our purpose in this procedure, for lack of a better word? I understand that there's noises from planes, and this is just going to let people know before they buy a piece of property what buying into, basically?
It does have a notification requirement. I think you saw that. There's a, if you're in the height zone, I hate to summarize it very poorly, but I will. If you're in that height zone, there's a permit process for obstructions, and so you'd follow that permit process. If you're in the latter zone, the noise in the airport area zone, then it's a notification process. And it does refer then, I don't want to minimize it, it does refer then to non-conforming uses. If you're one of those homes or educational facilities or landfill, which we don't have one in that area, but if you were one of those and you had that damage, I think it refers to 60% or greater, not 50, then you'd be subject to then not being able to rebuild within that zone. Again, that's being we don't have any of those because it's the runway protection and the noise zone together are those two areas that form that overlay.
But this only applies to planes landing and taking off. This doesn't apply, then the noise doesn't apply to the training that they're doing when they go around in circles or...
That is correct. So that this is based, and what you see here is based on that layout plan. And so that what we had a question, I think, that was more or less related to if the runways were elongated, if we had an extension of the runway, what would this do to this map? It would get bigger, is the short answer. But this doesn't affect or isn't something that it isn't impacting those flight operations over the neighborhoods. And this doesn't depict that other than to the extent that those occur within one of these surfaces.
So I have a follow-up question to that. So what is the long-range plan for this airport?
There is a potential for extension of the primary runway. Roy had talked about that, and so that I think there is a permitted, I'm going to get the number wrong, because I think we're at 5,800 right now, and I think that it could go as, I think he said that as much as 6,400 or 6,500, I think there was an extension that could be made to each end to make that primary runway longer.
Is there a limitation on the hours of operation?
No. And that is...
So you can have people taking off at 1 o'clock in the morning.
You could.
Landing at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And one of the considerations that you've heard, if you followed it, has been the flight schools and their operations that are touch and goes. And so that what that does is that could have a single plane doing effectively a takeoff and landing for a dozen or more times within an hour.
Right. So this, of course, allows for jets. Now,
it does.
Is the county thinking of limiting the amount of takeoffs and landings? Or are they just going to be, as long as there's enough time between each plane, you can have planes landing? I don't know what the difference is because I never went to that type of school. But to me, this is a scary scenario. It's obviously, the airport was there before the population was there, and now you're trying to fit a noisy operation into an area of high residential density.
This is basically the way it is now.
Excuse me?
I said, this is basically the way it is now and the way it has been.
I think the volume
Right.
has increased.
We're just delineating it.
And I don't want to sugarcoat it for anybody, and hopefully I'm pretty plain in my language here, is that that Chapter 333 in the statute, and I don't think there's an alternate reading to it. It's intended to protect the public investment in public airports,
Right.
And so the idea is that through that zoning aspect, we're not alone with the complaints that have come in from those flight school operations specifically, but from those noise complaints, from the idea of incompatible uses, and I think it is an impact. I think you could say maybe, I don't want to say correlation or causality. I guess you could say there's a correlation between the volume that's related to the flight schools and the related population density, where before we had 1 out of every 10 lots were built. Now we're at 5 out of every 10, 6 out of every 10. We're nearing build out in those areas that are adjacent to the air operations. And
So-
certainly, we've had other developments that have been approved since then. These, in my opinion, would not have been affected by these surfaces that you're seeing here.
So you're asking us to vote on what now? I really don't understand exactly what I mean, I understand the graphics here, but I'm trying to understand what our involvement is as a planning board, since the planning's been done already, and it's not that we're starting from scratch. This is like, okay, this is here now, how do we make it fit in the future?
Mr. Mangello, you had a
Yeah,
remark.
you correct me if I'm wrong, because I had to breeze through this last night, because I got it yesterday afternoon. This ordinance has some effect on the airport, but I read this to have actually more effect on the general public around the airport than it does the airport. Your questions about the operation of the plane, as it said in the staff report, and I knew this too, but that the FAA has more regulation over that, and the county does not have the ability to restrict any of that. So all that's off the table in the regulation, but this had more to do, I mean, if you ask me, this is more about limiting what the public can do to protect the airspace than it is to protect the people who decided to move around an airport and shut an airport down. And to that effect, I just wanted to ask, I mean, first of all, I'm assuming this, based on what you were saying earlier, because I was wondering where you got this, that there was some boilerplate language that you you guys didn't take this out of whole cloth. You guys took stuff that's been tested or whatever, I would say trial tested or whatever. But there was some language in there that talked about if obstructions were to be found, there was a 10-day, you had 10 days from notification to take it down. There was talk about, I would call it eminent domain of properties and stuff. All of that is stuff that that you guys, or whatever statute that every municipality had done this, was tested, and that's not going to run afoul to some other, rights that people have, right? So, I mean, I guess it was for public safety, but it seemed like a very short time, and I would understand that you'd want to get those things out of the way. So I just wanted to make sure that the language that you guys recommended was stuff that was tested or approved, or something that we're not just making out of whole cloth, and you guys feel comfortable with those regular,
I'll
those.
defer to Sean in just a moment, but the language, so that if I could, mention, if you had seen it before, or you had heard about it before, we actually had a much different ordinance that was running through the process up until about 2 weeks ago. And then in 2024, and I discovered this because what I intended to do leading up to our board workshop that was Monday was to have a tabular depiction of Chapter 333, where I was going to take the requirements from the zoning and then compare Chapter 333 from Florida statutes with what we were proposing in our draft ordinance, not the ordinance you see now. So I went to the DOT Aviation Office, found that 2024 guidance that they had, which I didn't know the DOT had put that out. And included within that text, 124-page document, was a model ordinance. And that model ordinance is what you see, what the Board of County Commissioners had seen on Monday. To me, it is much different than what we had before, although the zones, the 14 CFR Part 77 pieces that are here are the same. They're identical as what had been in the previous ordinance. And so that idea that the zoning map series would stay the same. But to your question, the ordinance that we've presented to you as the model, it is presented with a caveat from DOT that you can make changes. And so I don't want to be so bold or so complete in that of saying this is the perfect solution for us, but it has been vetted through at least other jurisdictions that have worked with this model ordinance.
And my take on the net effect, how this is going to affect us, and tell me if there's something I'm missing here. But cell tower, we already have a height restrictions. 65 feet is one of the highest things we can build, and that's only in certain districts. So we're only talking, other than those districts, the cell towers, I mean, I can't imagine anything else maybe, but some other type of aerial tower that may be, that's really what this is, most of what all that height requirement and stuff was. As far about the schools and whatever, there's a school right there on the airport, so I'm not sure how that even affects it. But is there something more than just the height of towers that the net effect will be
I think you'll still have that, and we've had some problems, we've had some issues with the temporary incursions that I've mentioned, and so
Yeah, the
one of the things we
temporary
talk
ones,
about where and we've seen it more often, and you know about it, where the cranes that are used for tilt-up walls more often than not, that we don't have the buildings themselves that are exceeding the height, but we'll have that temporary action that's needed, replacement of air conditioning units on the roof of the hospital, I think had the same thing. We had to have a crane that was there, and it happened to be within this area. And so you notice each one of these I'm talking about had all been obstructions that had been permitted through the FAA. And so the other part about it to admit with this is that we don't have this airport zoning adopted right now, but we haven't had, thankfully, any issues with something an incursion into the airspace that's caused any incidents from the aircraft. And best we know so far, all of that's been appropriately permitted through the FAA. So that the one thing that's mentioned in the statute is if you don't have this, FAA's permits still apply, and that's what's happening now. But at the same time, this zoning, adopting this zoning, each jurisdiction must adopt this zoning, and then each jurisdiction that has land underneath one of these zones then are related companion municipalities, City of Palm Coast, City of Bunnell, potentially City of Flagler Beach, also must adopt through an interlocal agreement this same zoning when we get done with this to make sure that at least locally we're protecting that airspace.
How exactly does that work? I'm looking at the acquisition of air rights in Section G. This is on page 15. And it seems to speak to the ability of the owner of the airport, that would be the county, to use eminent domain to condemn a piece of property that was located in another jurisdiction, presumably Palm Coast or Bunnell. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so how would that work in reality without violating enclave rules?
Okay, well, those are separate issues. So if we needed to make a taking in another jurisdiction because of the airport, the standard eminent domain rules would apply. You would have to show a public purpose, necessity, provide the compensation. That whole Section G that you're reading doesn't even need to be in the ordinance because it's just the state law. The model ordinance had that section in there maybe to just put people on notice. I'm not sure the real purpose, but it is the law. It's a truism, and it doesn't even really need to be there. We can exercise eminent domain in other jurisdictions, just like we were contemplating for dune easements for the beach renourishment project in Flagler Beach. Separate jurisdiction, but we can exercise eminent domain there.
Okay. And then I have a specific comment on D1B at the end of that.
Do you have a line number?
First paragraph. This is on page 9. So section D1B, and at the top of page 9, the wording is structure or object of natural growth, and that appears twice. Once at the top of the page at the end of that paragraph, and again in the next paragraph, structure or object of natural growth. Natural growth is defined in the beginning of the ordinance as being a woody plant.
So Sean didn't like that. I made that up because
I'm
it
no
wasn't
grammarian,
defined.
and I don't want to belabor this point because I think we're pushing the Darby rule here, but when I read that, I say structure or object of natural growth, I say, well, it's a structure or object that comes from a woody plant. I think you're talking about a structure or object of natural growth having a height that violates. And so I would enclose or object of natural growth with commas in both of those sections to remove the ambiguity.
It has a term of art. I got it.
It is a strange definition that is included in the statute, but yes, I didn't. Did you find a because I couldn't find a definition of. It's buried within another definition.
I'll have to.
Woody plant is what your ordinance says.
I totally made that up because the other part that was
Not
there.
a green leafy plant,
Right,
a woody one.
Right, a woody plant. Because I'm assuming that if it's high enough for us to make
it's number 21.
Well, I know,
An
I know.
object of natural growth, a woody plant.
That's the only one I was hand-wringing over because I'm looking at it going, and the guidance.
In a tree?
That means a tree. That's what it, and you could just call
We're
it a
talking
tree.
about trees and structures, and that provision that I just looked at seems like it's talking about one thing.
And you realize by the guidance that we had from the aviation office, and I looked at this one, it said object of natural growth is that an attorney wrote it, an attorney must interpret it. I think an attorney must get paid by the word. And so rather than just calling it a tree, but anyway,
right.
no offense to the two attorneys that are talking about this right
Structures or
now.
trees?
Structure or tree could work.
Right.
I'm okay with
Yeah,
that.
okay.
I did want to say, Mr. Langello, that this is a draft. I expect it to change. It has only today been provided to the attorneys for the city of Bunnell and Palm Coast. So when you see things in there that maybe might not work, 10 days is not enough, we can change those. We don't have to go with
Well, honestly, when I first looked at it, I said, "Ben, that is, somebody's on vacation for a week and they send a notice to them and, but then I'm weighing it, what they were talking about, these were violations that had to do with safety. This wasn't just, some other nincy thing. There's somebody put this crane up or they built a woody growth that is going to be in that restrictive area, and now planes are trying to dodge it, and someone's going to crash into the thing if we gave them 30 days, more apt than if we gave them 10 days. So that's what I was looking at. I said, maybe that's why I asked if it was tested, just to make sure that there wasn't notice, regulations that the state said, and same thing with the eminent domain, that how it was structured fit into the legal part. But if you got it from the state, you always can fall back at that, hey, this is where it came from, and, goes through the Tallahassee people or whatever, but. That was my only comments on it, to be honest with you, was just the way it was written, is it, there was a 10-day notice there.
The 80%, so I misquoted, I said 60, and it's not 50 that we normally have, it's 80% is what it includes here. So that's a pretty high threshold there for your amount of damage.
Mm-hmm.
I have one quick question. Will we never have an instrumental approach?
Weigh it, if Mr. Seeger's testimony, if I understood it correctly, I think the answer is yes.
I was here yesterday when he said that, and I mean, so it's definitely off the table, never, no way whatsoever, period?
Well,
or
at least, and so that's part of, to me, that was part of my argument with the maps, is that, you can imagine if you adopt the map series and then you change your layout plan, then you're readopting the maps, and maybe that's just an inevitability. And so if you change from a instrument to a whatever it is, a visual approach, then that changes this as well. And so that
We just have to go back and
we just
change
have to
this
go
as-
back.
okay,
Yes,
all
sir.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I recommend approval of the
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Good night.
Item number 13, staff comments. We're going to skip item number 13.
Good night.
Board comments?
I'm bored.
Yep.
We're all bored. I don't see any public comments available.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. We are now adjourned. Thank you.
That was a big one.